that's insane, right? I mean, that's most of nature doesn't have this sort of thing from mammals. But yeah, I mean, we need mysteries. We need, and I think Christianity, it does a shitty job. It still is, absolutely, but at some point you do need mysteries, and you do need, because people will not be content. I mean, you love jamming in a bar late at night, like say people need emotion. Sure, have all the emotion you want. Just let. Can I add in? I know I'm with you on that. You know me. I mean, yeah. I think we're kind of getting away from the original topic that was, religion to be used to bring people together as opposed to separating us. And I actually want to. What I hear most Christians talk about that event is the miracles of Christ. Whereas what I took that was that Jesus brought all these groups, all these. And to me, that together, he didn't differentiate between them. And so it's like, well, why can't Christians, what would Jesus do? Jesus would bring people together and feed them all. And when he runs out of wine, he gets more wine for everybody else. When he runs out of fish, he brings fish. What? They use parts of religion for their agendas. And people surrender what. How many divisions of party is an applied evaluation. It's testing whether theories and facts and how a fact tells a proper narrative and how conclusive it is. But see, the problem is that when people misrepresent something and then use it for their agenda, are they really speaking in the way that it's intended? You were saying something, Marshall? That's basically it. There's more wars created out of religion than any other thing. It's taught about communism, right? And it was they're savages, they're zealots, they're gonna destroy. Going to the 90s, you have Gulf War. Well, we've got to hate the Muslims, and we've got to do these agenda things, and we've got to participate. We've got to ally with things that will attack our sovereignty here. But it's like at the end of the day, it's usually rooted in business ideas that cover themselves in rhetoric of religion or political identity. So are we really attacking the issue? Is MAGA really the problem or just a symptom? I was saying earlier, right? Like maximize profit is
the problem, right? Religion is used that feel more than think. But the problem is maximize profit.
The only group that does that. As I think, am I the only Black person on this stage? Science was used quite a bit to create harm and to advance extremely damaging philosophies about different groups throughout history. I think I want to be careful not to limit this and simplify it down to religion being the source of this, as much as greed, as much as any force. To limit that as much. No limits, right? Like there are absolutely no limits to the greed distraction that we are willing to allow to happen. And so whether it's religion, whether it's been science, whether it's been business, whether it's been technology is its own kind of idol that has been raised up, that has the capacity to create harm, because you're just supposed to say AI is amazing. You're not supposed to question it. Right? You're not supposed to challenge it. You're just supposed to swallow it whole. We have this notion of sheep and wolves is the problem, and these tools, they vary across industries and sectors and all kinds. But the central problem, I think, is unfettered, unlimited greed.
Nazis in the 30s had the best of science and culture on the planet, and it might just I think I don't think religion is the problem. I think institutionalism is the problem. I mean, I think communal authority is the problem, but there's no way around it, right? I mean, on some level, you need these kinds of things to have a society. If you want to send your kids to school, or you want to go to Starbucks, or these kinds of things.
I'm just going to say like one thing, and then I want Christina to like have 5 minutes, right? You're right that science was used by the Nazis as part of their propaganda, part of their machine.
I want to flatten this for a second. Whose voice, what animal, what plant is valid, which one is invalid, except that there is no CEO of the jungle, there is no CEO of the planet. It is this interwoven, multi-layered, multi-dimensional, feedback looping, living organism made up of many internal organisms within systems, and so on. I'm getting feedback somewhere. And so this power, in order to facilitate what it does, it tells us that humans are only this way. We must have hierarchy. It tells us that humans must exist in this particular way to have civilization. But if that's true, then like if it sucked the life out of how the fractal existence of the planet, right? Systems within systems. Our bodies between one another, within the ecosystem of the desert, the mountains, whatever, and then the ecosystem of the planet. That is fractal scaling that does not require a linear hierarchy in order to scale, in order to exist. It doesn't have to have someone at the top operating it, but that's what power tells us. This is default human, us versus them, right? This is mega, this is this political group, it's this person to blame. When, like, if you break it all fractally down, an element of, like, we've internalized the beliefs that power has told us to believe, and we perpetuate them, and then that's the lens we see everything else through. When we are it's self and peer perpetuating of the power stories that continue to hold it in place, right? When it's really fragile, because you cannot co-opt the planet. You cannot co-opt the natural ecosystems because they're resilient and adaptive because of their fractal existence. But you can do it with power.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Shad.
Thank you. I think that on the topic of religions, religions come from a lot of a lot of things in religion are very civilizational, right? We're talking about these things that what we call religions today, but in many ways they were societal. Like Jews had the religion of the Jewish tribe, the Zoroastrians were like that was the religion of the Persians, right, of the community. So they carry with them like what we call ancient wisdom, proverbs, things like this to run the society. And Pastor Scott is right that you can't really like have function in a society without a set of rules and a set of traditions that sort of like teach people, the next generation, how to organize themselves and how to operate and how to get along and to give them aspirations and hope. I know that today people have always done it, warred between tribes, but I think it's part of the human nature to create a collection of people, to create tribal systems where you can trust people, other people, and that is the way in which people have historically done it. Today we have in modern society, nation states. We have what we call secular philosophy, and all of these things. A lot of it's abstracted from religions, right? Maybe that's the way early humans just sort of organized themselves to civilize, quote unquote, civilize themselves. And there are people who are trying to live out historical realities today, historical religious aspects today. As far as hierarchies go, I think that even in institutions or countries like the Soviet Union, where they try to destroy religion, also in China, modern day China, where they limit religion significantly, they still have hierarchical systems. A lot of it is based on intelligence, who can take these particular tests, who the government deems as worthy of certain things. It's about a lot of control. They only have one party, at least as far as the Chinese government goes. So I think that these are still things that you can try to minimize, but as long as there are people who have any sort of hope or desires of their own, will come up. I guess the question is how to maximize the amount of cooperation between humans and minimize the amount of dissatisfaction between humans.
I think that's really interesting, and both what you said and what Christina said has me sitting here thinking about this notion of talking about MAGA as a group, talking about a group of people as a source of harm, and does that limit or advance the conversation? And I don't know. I'm thinking about that.
Can you say that again?
I think there's this desire I'm personally torn. On one hand, there's like, listen, you need to not be afraid to name an agent of harm, right? And if you see there is this group of people that is creating this kind of reality, navigating this space in this way that has this outcome, then it is entirely appropriate to address them in that way. And then also the other side of, by putting people in a bucket, by labeling them, are we advancing the problem? Are we codifying or solidifying the problem, and making it worse? I don't know. I'm sitting here really, really kind of thinking about that. We have no problem saying the KKK is the KKK and it creates harm. At the time, the KKK had a contemporary experience with people, and they weren't. Somebody would have said at that time, well, you shouldn't lump them all in the same bucket. That's what they would have said at the time, because the was justified by quite a few people. So is there value in naming, or are we harming the conversation by or demonizing?
Well, there's an inherent danger with labeling, because I know in the UK that we have a Muslim problem. Well, what actually does that mean? I mean, not all Muslims are bad people, and it becomes lazy, and it becomes an issue about a group of people that are all being labelled together. I mean, I get accused of being a liberal. Well, are all liberals bad? I might just have a different political opinion. So I think it's inherently dangerous labeling.
I need to know them by their fruits. Know them by their fruits. Their actions tell you who they are.
I think it's really important, like what Denise said, is it's right at the heart of what just makes me want to rip what remaining hair I have on my head out of it when I listen to so many people, even on MSNBC and others, kind of treating things as if we are in a business as usual kind of a thing, normalizing MAGA, making this insane situation. And it is, we have to at least be willing to stand up and say, this is insane. The person that we have leading this country is clearly a sociopath who gives not a shit about America. Nobody with a functioning neuron in their brain can fail to see that. And yet 30%, 40% of Americans fail to see that. Somebody needs to stand up and say, somebody in a position of power, the news media, whatever, needs to stand up and say, this is fucking insane. You don't just stand around saying, oh, well, the next midterm will take care of it. Don't you see what the fuck is happening? Did anybody read the news this week? Even in here, I hear people saying, the Democrats are going to win the election. Of course they'll win the election. That isn't the question. The question is, will they take power? And of course they won't. Come on, wake the fuck up.
But John, the Democrats have won special elections, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I think fundamentally, we're on the precipice. But I do think the crazy thing is there are reasonable. I mean, people vote for Trump for reasons, right? And I think some of it's identitarianism, some of it's, he's put together a coalition. Some of it's taxes, some of it's energy, some of it's. So I don't think. I think it's a messier story than you're narrating, and I don't know, what the options. Is the evolution, John? Are you saying like we should violently revolt like January 6th?
So I do think that this will come to bloodshed. I really, really do think that you will see. I mean, this is, I have been on this message now for a year and a half, if not more. And as far as I can see, every brick I have predicted is falling in place. It's very clear the Republicans have no intention of giving up power, and it's very clear why. They cannot ever again not be in power. Imagine the bloodbath of convictions and sentences that will happen if the Republicans are ever again not in power. And that means that they will do whatever it takes, and they have the power to do whatever it takes. Trump has his SS. He has it in place. It's massively funded. I do believe that that if there is any resistance to what they intend to do, certainly in 2028, if not in 2026, and I suspect in 2026 as well, they can't afford to lose a House of Congress. I do believe that if there's any resistance to what they do, it will lead to bloodshed. And so, do I advocate violence? No, but I don't see any way back to normalcy that happens just because we say, oh, there's elections coming. Just come on, wake up.
I agree with. Oh, can I? So I just want to say structurally, I think it's not as sinister as you've laid out, John. I think structurally, the problem is the demographics of the country. I think we have a system with the Electoral College and the Senate, or we have tyranny of the minority. So we have a system where minorities politically can run the country. You can have not the majority of public opinion, but you can have a structural majority. I think the future politically for the near future looks like Democrats take the House, and we can perpetually get the House. And longer and longer in the future, we can't take the Senate, which is where the real power happens, right? Or the presidency, because we can't get the Electoral College. So I think if this was a simple majority sort of system, like a Westminster parliamentary system, the left would win, and we would stop all of this. But we don't have that kind of system. We live in a system that the founders set up, has all these weird checks and balances, and enables states. Montana has no people, right? It's 750,000 people or something. And their senator has as much power as a senator from California. So we don't really live. We do live in a republic that has elections, and I do believe our elections. But
just quickly this, and then I will shut up for a while. I think so you make me think. Okay, what am I advocating? What I'm advocating is getting people prepared for the bloodshed that I think is inevitable. This is going to come to bloodshed, and the longer we resist talking about how fucking insane the situation we're in is, the harder it's going to be to get people up for the violence that is in our future.
So I actually agree with John. I think that the passive nature of the center left is going to kill the center left. And I think that because as far as somebody who's looking at politics, I think that America has a problem in that it has four parties, and it doesn't really know that it has four parties. It has MAGA, has the Republicans, people that used to be normal Republicans, has normal Democrats, and then you have the far left, who are sort of eating up the Democratic Party, and that is part of the reason why the Democrats in some cases are losing, because they have two factions within the Democratic Party that are basically fighting for resources and priorities. And I think that John is right that the more that as time goes by, the MAGA people, whoever's running the show back there, they are working to weaken the civil liberties of America and the electoral system, and all of these things that make America America, and people won't have any power. I think the solution is, because I don't think it's too late. I do think the solution is that people need to start actually engaging on the side, like on the street, not just in the House and the Senate. I mean, the Americans need to American again, right? They need to understand what their rights are and who they're fighting for. And Black and white people of different whatever backgrounds, whatever factions they come from, need to all come to the table and say, we need to become Americans again.
Well, in order to get to that, no, hold on, I was waiting. I think that it keeps going back and forth to the same teeter-totter. You don't find balance. I agree with some points of what Shai said, is how do you get a population to be able to evaluate people over party, right? Religion, moral ethics versus, what is within the realm of the Constitution. Parts of the Constitution is being shown how it's broken. It needs to be reformed in some people's lives and not in others. But it's like I'm in California, right? There's 62 people running for them, and only 8 are being get seen based on party funding and a viewability on commercials that outwardly lie. And then you get MAGA, where you have a president who lies so freaking much. But then there's some things I agree that he did that, yeah, you broke it on purpose. You showed how it was broken, but we just don't like looking in the mirror. I can't go forward with parties because they don't represent always the points of view. It's like, well, if you don't vote for one, this is the last election, as people say, well, see what you get. You had to decide between Kamala and Trump. Were they the most adequate people? No, they weren't. They were the ones who were being funded and to be able to promote under my whole country. See, I look at somebody who I like to, how can you look at the other person on the other side and not just grandstand and wait till you get power? That leads us into demise. Plato wrote about that in the Republic, but do people teach about that? No, you got to go look for it on your own. I'll stop there.
Well, John, I think this should be required reading for
David, let's let David have a chance to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Yeah, no worries. Well, if we look at the outcome that happened in the great state of Indiana, 5 of 7 incumbents were primaried out by Donald Trump because they didn't want to take his marching orders and gerrymander the state, and so he found candidates that would do that. And I heard a piece on this whole scenario. These were small town voting markets where in some of these areas, these districts, and they pumped $13 million in to primary these guys. So, this is what we're up against. This was not any form of the playbook that the Constitution envisioned, or, the amount of money that gets poured into these things. So if they're able to do that in Indiana, well, Republicans around the country are seeing the outcome of this. And so, Trump got 5 victories. He didn't get the pro tem guy out of the state house, but he got 5. And so, and $13 million, and bought him a lot of power there. So that's what's happening in this country with Trump at the helm. And, you saw what he did with Texas, and that's a big state, right? My state had to respond in kind. And, it's just, it's a train wreck. We're
respond in kind. Just because my state alienated its Democratic voters doesn't mean your state needs to alienate its Republican voters.
Well, at least they let them vote on it. The
That's
Senate voted on it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Texas, they just did it, and this is the challenge, right? Like, it's so asymmetric. We grade Democrats on a curve. We grade Republicans on a curve. I mean, it's like you're just supposed to stand and take a beating when the other side is cheating. and only one side seems to be perpetually evaluated on their behavior and their course of action, and that makes me insane. It's like, listen, you have to have a consistent value set that everybody is graded on, right? Swalwell got they identified that he was in hours.
Al Franken,
right? Like
Al
Franken. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have to have, you can't have one side that has to operate under the rules. You know, one of the most personally the most poignant memory I have of the election was when Donald Trump said that the immigrants that were in Ohio were eating the cats and dogs. And I don't think I'll ever forget that, because it was like, here is this blatant lie that led to so much harm. They had to close schools. They had to, like, literally, HBCUs got death threats and had, like, it was crazy, the consequence of that lie. And there was absolutely no penalty. There was nothing that ever, the people that are in charge of us. And if there's no requirement, if we're not going to hold people accountable when they do, even like it's the most basic creation of clear harm, then how can you expect anybody to trust you? And how do we create future citizens that believe in the rule of law and that believe in character? I'm not saying that, you know, I'm looking for saints, but we cannot continue to elevate sinners and put the worst of us in charge and the worst of us on the covers of magazines. You know, we look at the names that we're seeing as the most influential, the Joe Rogans, the Andrew Tates, the Elon Musk. Like, we have a character problem here. Like, is a pedophile. It's not a big deal. My grandmother was married at 14. And I was like, what are we doing? That's the problem. Like, it can't be about party. It has to be about some kind of fundamental character.
And Denise, I'm fundamentally with you here, but when this happened with Clinton, when there was serial abuse, I mean, Clinton had rape charges and things that came out. And we circled the wagons. I mean, Maureen Dowd. I mean, we top public opinion.
I agree 1,000%. You're not going to hear me. Like, you know, people always say, well, what if Bill Clinton is in the Epstein files? Tar and feather him, put him under the jail and set him on fire. I do not care. I don't feel like that. That's not how I think about this. I think that you have we can't be happy of what we're having right now.
But we allow Bill Clinton to be in public life and to be in, you know, run around at TED conferences and to be a, you know.
You're not disagreeing with anything I've said. I agree 100%.
I'm just saying. So how do we excise Bill Clinton from public life?
I don't think Bill Clinton is a decision maker that we need to be worried about right now.
Oh my God! No, I mean,
listen to me. Listen to what I just said. I think he needs to be gone. That's we agree 100%. I don't think Bill Clinton has a chainsaw on stage cutting U.S. aid and killing 1 million people. That's not what. Like, I you're right. Bill Clinton. Okay, I agree. So how does that help us with what we need to be doing right now?
Yeah, I mean, I
agree with Denise.
Yeah, what we need to be doing right now. I mean, look, I mean, I don't know what we do right now, because I think fundamentally, the revolutionary perspective is interesting. I think the Democrats take the midterms. I think that will just be attrition. I mean, we will lose a war of attrition. What will happen is we'll get in, and we won't have the Senate, and we won't have the presidency. So there's very limited things you can do. You can hold a lot of hearings, and
the conscription of everybody's child, the threat of that, the upper and middle class kids, for people to really get out there and change and march and force the agenda to change. We're at a point now where our voting doesn't help. Our elected Democratic officials can't check this guy. The Supreme Court, 6 people in robes masquerading as decision makers and policymakers, not deciders of law, are also against it. So we have a hugely stacked deck against all the processes that our founding fathers put in. And didn't create reactionary, the full weight of the federal military power on our streets. We don't want that. It will not work. There's no civil war that's going to happen the way the North and the South was fought out. That's not ever going to happen again. You might have these flare-ups, but for the most part, I mean, you know, we're just sitting here waiting out the clock until we can go punch a voting ballot to try to excise this cancer. And the midterms might take it down from stage 4 to stage 3. But when you still have stage 3 cancer, it's pretty bad. You can still die from that. So, you know, I don't know. I just think that the MAGA people didn't vote for this. And if it were not for the fact that they identify, you and I talked about this, Scott. They go with identity over their pocketbook. They're like in church saying, "Oh, you know, Jesus is going to come again and save us." You know, well, he's not going to save you. It's like the old theory, you know, the old story where the preacher says, "I sent you a boat." The guy's drowning in the river. He sends a boat, he sends a helicopter, and then the guy finally drowns. He says, "Waiting for you to save me, God. Well, I sent you all these things, and you didn't take it."
Yeah, and David, you and I have talked about this incessantly, but I think if it's identity versus ideas, identity wins every time. Because I don't think ideas are that compelling. I think once in a while, if you're in crisis, an idea will win. But in general, identity trumps ideas every
It doesn't matter that I don't live in West Virginia, right? Like I don't feel like that at all.
No,
not even a little bit.
It's more pernicious than that, right? In that, you know, Pew has done studies on this, and you know, people's political identity now matters to them more than their racial identity or their gender identity. That's the number one thing. What team are you on? And so when we think about political ideas, we don't think about ideas, right? I mean, let's take school choice, for instance. You know, it's the one idea my mind was changed on. I've been a leftist my whole life, but I was hired to do public policy research on something, and I read all of the literature. I read all of the literature.
Nobody.
Oh yeah, mute up, David.
Is that they have to be a bigger tent because there's actual time that are even against your personal pet issue in order to advance this kind of bigger tent application. So I just disagree. I don't think that's true. I think yes, people are very committed and very keenly connected to their identity. Of course, but I just don't think that's.
Denise, what's the last big idea you changed your mind on? Like something.
And Kamala Harris, unfortunately, had to message around all this shit, all of this history, and try to sell her ideas and message. But she still was a black woman telling white racist Americans, not everybody in America is racist, so don't take my words and twist them. But she had to say, I need your vote in order to keep a guy like Instead, we're going to pick this grifter to run the country again. Not only that, we're going to give him 75 million votes. That's the state of our nation, unfortunately.
About it, tied himself as a candidate in the future. When Barack Obama won over John McCain was the step. Now, at the same time, she was the vice president. Very few people talk about.
I think it's funny. Mike Pence is I'm with John on this one. It feels insane. It feels absolutely insane to me. But Christina, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, this idea that Barack broke something or that this is a recent thing, like this is the origin and the lifeblood of the nation is identity, right? The and people who want to people and this perception, this continual, right? Who's valid and invalid? There was overt shit, obviously, in the history, but then it was learned. Well, let's sanitize it a little bit. Let's clean it up a little bit. Well, now we're not racist anymore because we aren't doing X, Y, Z. Except racism is still at the base and the undercurrents of everything. And if you deny that that's the truth, then it's easy to gloss over it and say, oh well, Barack Obama broke something. Except that, like, no, he was another sanitizing of the actual lifeblood of the country without actually recognizing like what's happening. And then we want to say that like this is identity when identity is a malleable thing, and when from like a systems perspective, all of us and move our identity through life from the things that we were either conditioned in as children or conditioned in through adulthood, and when the environment is one of power that shapes and conditions us to believe that these things are inevitable, that humans that identity is at the root of it, then there is no room for anything else because power is the way, right? Then this is an inevitability of this is only the way humans do things. When like if we actually look at the relationships between things and they aren't hierarchical in nature, then it opens up a variety of things that can be done rather than the rigid ways that power has blinded us because it's sanitized and it makes it a little bit more palatable than the atrocities that are supposedly in the past. They're not, right? That the very fact that the Civil Rights Voting Act was struck down shows us that this has never been about the past, right? There's even various books that talk about how life done to make it easier and more palatable, and whether it's sexism and misogyny or whether it's racism, but you know, we're not a part of that because that's everybody else, not us. It's
the system, right? You can't fly, like, in order to do that, you have to actually destroy it. And problematic because it can cause a civil war. It can cause a lot of things. And quite honestly, as a person who is as a descendant of slavery in America, I don't think that we should like forget about the history. But I think that eventually, as America moves on, then some of the things of the past we are going to have to like let sort of go adrift, right? And I'm not saying, again, not to forget about the past, but like not allow it to affect our emotions about the future of the country, which I do. And you know,
can I ask you a question about that before we move on? So, do you think the taking down of the Voting Rights Act, for example, or people, do you see that as the past being resolved, or do you see that as a
I see that particular thing as a current present day harm, right? And I see the issue of like slavery as the past. It could be the future, right? Anything could be the future. A lot of things can change, but we want to have positive change instead of negative change. I do think, as a Black American, I do think that more Black Americans really should get involved in law, in the legal field, and because gerrymandering is part of the political system, and that is a way to protect, defend against it. Can be used in both ways. Republicans or any one particular party or race of people, but it can be modified and played with. People game the legal system all the time, but anyway, what I was effectively saying was that that America had slavery, like everywhere in the world also had slavery. I'm not trying to diminish what happened in America. I'm trying to say that was an unfortunate norm or reality of the world. America, the Americans in the future of America needs to like be American, which sounds like a non-statement, but that's.
Yeah, well, we didn't transition well from a slave owning economy. and just let them integrate in society. One of the big mistakes that the nation did was, obviously the better of the two people to transition into Reconstruction and Johnson.
No, it wasn't Thaddeus Stevens.
They didn't want to give Thaddeus Stevens. They didn't want to support Thaddeus Stevens' ideas. They kept shooting him down. He was the one. He was one of the lone voices that was saying we got to make these reparations stick. But the Deep South was like when they let the slaves go free. What I read was, and this has been argued, and I'm not saying they deserve compensation because they made untold wealth off of the backs of these slaves, these poor Africans they brought over. But it was the equivalent of $80,000 a slave, a healthy slave. That was the equivalent of what they lost to fight for their freedom at that point. $80,000 per slave, and if you multiply how many were let go as under the freedom of and the emancipation, they weren't compensated. In fact, the Deep South was rocked by depression level economy contraction. And so those white folks are angry. They were very angry at what the North did to them or forced upon them. And we've been paying for that horrible transition ever since that happened. And maybe there was no other way forward.
If we'd only finished Reconstruction. If we'd only finished Reconstruction and kept the promises, we'd be in an entirely different place today.
And we don't need, but I guess this is a good conversation, but we don't even have to go back that far. Like the voting rights was struck down a couple days ago.
No, I know.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's happening right now, right? It's happening right now, where we are experiencing intentional gerrymandering. To me, ridiculous. Just stop it. Just cut it out. They put up a bill to eliminate gerrymandering. All the Democrats voted for it. All the Republicans voted against it. Like I think we have to move forward, but it's like, how are we moving forward if reform is not attractive? If progress is not the goal.
I have something else to add.
Let's add a show. Let's speak. Hi.
Sure.
Hi, Denise. First of all, hi, folks.
Hi.
Hi, Christina. Hi, Denise. Lovely to see y'all again. Another thing that I think is sort of in the undercurrents of this conversation is that we no longer have a shared perception of reality, right? You could have a group of people will say, well, clearly the sky is green. Because they said the sky is blue, it is definitely green. And the cult of personality that follows him will stand there under the piss and say, wow, it's such a nice rain out today. I don't know how we remedy that. I don't know how. I heard someone say earlier, oh, speak to people who are, on the opposite of you. I'm probably by most metrics, what one person called here far left. And even within sort of my group of politically active folks who are, organizing, getting out into our communities, having conversations with 12, I was one of the folks who was out there canvassing for Barack Obama, right? I've moved significantly. End of the spectrum, because we no longer share reality. We can blame it on AI, we can blame it on our news sources, whatever we choose to blame it on. It remains the case that we are in a reality that we don't have shared sources of data, we don't have shared experts, we don't share what makes a good argument anymore. It feels like every time we are in conversation with one another, one round and throwing a tantrum. And we must dignify both ends of this conversation as though they are equally reasonable participants in the project of the human exchange of ideas, and it just isn't true. The other thing, the further afield the right gets from what is just plainly correct, right? Now we have folks who are talking about taking ivermectin to protect yourself from the hantavirus. We don't have any such research that says ivermectin is an effective cure for hantavirus. But you know who's spreading that anyway? The right. There's a
It's the virus.
It's like the right has come untethered from reality.
Coronavirus.
And it is somehow the responsibility of the left to guide them back. And I don't think that's going to work. I think what needs to happen is that the nominal left, the Democrats, need to turn to the people who are to the left of them and see what they can do to get that voting bloc to work with, right? You're not going to get people who don't believe that vitamin K shots can prevent the death of babies. You're not going to get them to agree that we need to set some standards in line with the rest of what you call the Western world, where healthcare is concerned, where education is concerned, where immigration is concerned. There is basic common sense, and the right is far afield from that. So this conversation, you call the Western world, consists of mockery from one side and just absolute yawning gibberish from the other. Like at this point, we're that far. People who believe that who might, may have voted for Trump in 2016, or may have voted for Trump in 2020 and have somehow come to reality. I personally don't believe that if you heard a man say that he sexually assaults women and you voted for him anyway, there's anything that you have to say. But
You got nothing.
Those are all of
You got no opinion, and you don't exist. I am morally and ethically more superior to you. How dare you for even existing?
I appreciate it. Give me something to chew on.
I can't believe we're talking about measles in 2026. I can't process it. And my daughter just got married, and she came in here a little. In charge, and I couldn't argue with her. I couldn't say no, it'll be fine, it's gonna be okay. Like I just, to me, we have to have like some kind of independent fact pattern, and it's really hard to get to it. So a lot of you know, like, this is kind of what I do for a living, and so
I come on the internet and I talk a bunch of bullshit and I call it a living.
Like, I'm invited in, and that's a very important factor. But it's debunking. It's pulling research. It's wait a minute, he didn't say that. Yes, he did. And pulling it up. It's so much, like, that's the most exhausting part of this work. And I don't know how we do that at
different levels of education, political exposure. There's a lot of us in here that understand the history of this country in a way that others have lived it personally and felt it and understand it from that perspective. But we have a whole lot of Americans that are just they're just not armed for the gunfight. They're just not intellectually armed for this kind of gunfight. And
they get very offended. I want to acknowledge that is a very expensive thing to say.
Absolutely. And without naming folks, I mean, I've sat down with MAGA guys and I've humored them, and I've here in Los Angeles, here in bars, I run a couple of guys that were when I tease out their actual political positions. I'm able to understand.
He's teasing guys at the bar over their political positions.
Take down Donald Trump running
Pygmy.
I've been around all types of cultures in my upbringing. I grew up in the San Joaquin Valley, White Okies from the Deep South, from Texas, Arkansas, came over, integrated with the Mexicanos in the fields and worked in the pores. What's the word I'm trying to use? The identities that pockmark, the word wetback. I grew up around that word.
Wetback?
Never use it, but I grew up around it. My last name is of Spanish origin. So,
he's a
conquistador. These settings, you're not able to have a conversation. Like Bill Clinton, say what you want about that guy. Harvard or Yale educated, Oxford, Arkansas. American landscape. No, I'm not saying, but he was a creep. I'm not saying he wasn't, but he could speak to everybody in a way. He could go on Arsenio Hall and play the saxophone, and speak to black community with that. Not necessarily he was impressing or whatever words. Can't remember the words, but anyway, That's the what do you call it? That's the new standard by which Republican candidates have to measure up.
Other displays or
I don't know how we take that down. I don't.
What is fucking other displays?
With Project 2025, with the forces behind them. Unfortunately, there's power structures in this country that are in a way that from our military, we saw what ISAF did to the established, seasoned military officers that came from different cultural perspectives and backgrounds. They eroded the ranks, took them right out, took them completely off the board. And
is of reconciliation. That's the number one complaint. I kind of go around preaching like we have to find a way back together, and the biggest resistance I get is you want me to get back together with the people that stood by and watched all of that. Placement at Yale because he was a veteran now gets to decry the very thing that got him his education. Like people don't want to be in community with people that are like this. And I don't know what to say when I have no desire to. There's been real harm. The number varies. What's the number? Black women last year lost their jobs. Depending on how you think about it, if you include whose businesses went under because of Trump's policies, 800,000 Black women targeted specifically because we're the most fastest growing and most educated. We tend to pursue higher. It's hard for me to tell by policies that were created specifically to attack them, and say, the people that co-signed that and stood by and let that happen, you should go over there and be friends with them. It's a hard. And also, hold on, excuse me, hold on 1 second. Devin just said, I don't sound very educated. Devin, do you want to come up on stage?
I don't know who is it.
Wanted to say I don't think that
That's you?
I think Trump, like he and his MAGA people, they use information to scare people, right? And I don't think that the majority of people that actually may have voted for him are actually MAGA people. I think that there's a hardcore of those people that do exist, but other the left were taking, the trans issues too far in their
About trans rights!
having a common language.
I am a woman! And you will call me as such.
To, in some ways, affirm some people's identity, in some ways to invalidate other people's identity. It becomes, that is the same sort of tactic that I believe the far right uses.
People are using information and facts to cause fear.
Someone who grabbing women by their genitals because you don't like trans issues. I'm with all due respect, I don't know where you live. I live in Texas. And Marshall, I don't know, you tell me what you think. Marshall also lives in Texas. And there's this thing we say all the time. Well, most people didn't they had other reasons. And I actually live and interact with these people all the time.
These people?
And
you mean your neighbors?
Just firsthand knowledge. There aren't that many reasons. This was a conscious decision, and these are not children. These are adults.
That up to decisions.
It was conscious, and it's adults. Oh my God! I thought it was unconscious children.
The economy was mostly number one, followed by immigration. But there were a staunch set of people who I talked to that had immigration over the economy. And so you're right, there aren't very many reasons. It's like immigration, economy, and maybe one or two other things, and that's about it. My top two were those, though. I knocked on about 6,000 doors, talking about 2,000 people myself.
Can I ask you a quick question? I'll go right ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're news.
Oh, my quick question was for Shay. Even about the transphobic push that the right was making. Do you believe in evolution? That's the start of my question. Do you believe in evolution as a actual thing? Was your question for it? Oh, yes, for you. Do you believe in evolution?
Yeah, I believe in kind of being like what I'm not sure exactly what that has to do with me.
Well, it's because when you stated about the trans situation and people making that more of their call to not vote for Harris or the left, I look at that as like the evolution of racism, the evolution of nothing about. You're hating a group of people that
a bunch of cross-dressers
you want to be inferior over. You want them to be under you. It feels kind of like they weaponize. Are terrible people because not they're having.
Are they the deplorable people?
They're getting more things.
Are they part of the deplorables?
We look past the fact that the right weaponized that. I don't know whose mic is on again. I think we look past that point way more often than we should. That the right has learned how to weaponize their way into Black people. It was Somalians now. It was Hispanics or immigrants or people coming from south of the border for refuge. And until this country decides that they're not doing as bad as they're being
past COVID and say, well, I'm not doing it. We were getting checks and now we're not getting checks and now I have to pay bills and I have to go back to work, then we'll continue to find some
Thursday, I think.
somehow the right has found a way to weaponize every single
Thursday,
day.
yep.
And a lot of Americans who don't get more informed with these type of situations fall victim to saying, yeah, they're right. It is the gays. It is the Somalians. It is the or get on top of these roofs. Like they pushed all the immigrants out, and we still haven't had this mass job creation. And that's kind of what they preached to the people during the election. So, I mean, I'll leave it there, but it was like I'm watching the evolution of people that we can step on when there really wasn't doing much. Like I said, playing some sports, maybe they do need to regulate some sports, but it wasn't worth enough. Tim Walz and letting boys go in girl bathrooms. Those were a real speaking point for the right. And that weaponization kind of put us in the position we're in now.
Yeah, actually, I follow some
that's
people.
That's because at least in the Tim Walz instance, Tim Walz signed a bill. Have free access to reproductive care. But like sticking it in elementary school in a boys' bathroom where 90 hit puberty.
Oh boy! Can't menstruate, Marshall!
That's crazy. If we let them have power, they may do other crazy stuff. I'm not saying
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying that, Chris, I just wanted to reply to you guys, sort of like address me. That's it.
Go ahead, let him respond.
It's very quick. I just wanted to say that the people that I follow a lot of people on Instagram or whatever, and yes, a lot of the people that I saw who are LGBT, right? LGB, I guess, they were people who were influencers or whatever who voted for Trump because they said someone of particular sex that they felt was not true. Like that was a deal breaker for them. And these are gay people who felt a particular way. And yes, it was weaponized. And you know, they have all of our data, right? They buy our data. They know who people are. They can tell what people are interested in. A lot of people are playing the same or similar game, right? So they use our phones and they know what we think.
okay.
I want to get back in. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I was going to say, I just wanted to debunk the Tim Walz thing. On August 16, 2024, CNN did a fact check, and they actually stated that Tim Walz did not sign a bill to put tampons in boys' bathrooms. Oh, I read an article on it. No, I'm sorry. No, that's okay. I got it.
Okay. I don't want to talk about 0.001% of the.
So I think a couple of things have been said, and I'm trying to organize my thoughts while I speak, so forgive me in advance. So a couple of things. One, I think that the average American voter is a bit of a bigot, and that's not necessarily a pejorative. I think, like, as human beings, was in line with caring for the children of Minnesota. is very silly, and we need to start calling do is trickle down. I think what we need to do is say we are the party that protects even the tiniest sliver of the population because we care about the dignity of all human persons, point blank, period. I think that there are ways in which you message your values, because that is what motivates people to get up off the couch. I also was one of the people who was organizing in 2024. And I was organizing from a left perspective. I was one of the people who was actually I was one of the uncommitted as a one issue genocide. I was still working to help get her swing voters, and in each and all of these instances in which we reached out to folks in swing states, doing things like, oh, let's swap your votes with people in safe states, such that you vote for her in this. Other people will register their discontent with the Democratic Party in other state on your behalf. Like there were these issues that were going on, and the DNC paid us absolutely buckets. We reached out to specific political strategists, and we said, hey, we know for sure our communities are not going to vote for her the way that you're currently working. And they instead said, there are enough Liz Cheney constituents out there that we can use to shore up the bleeding from young people who have watched you defenestrate their friends on campuses, who have watched you antagonize them for saying, I'm seeing you use my tax money to decimate children, and that's not okay. So I do think that there are ways in which the left can be, and I'm putting quotes around the left here because, again, who was it? I think it was Julius Nyambere who said the United States also has a single party, but in true American extravagance, they have two of them. Something like that. I'm mangling that quote.
We're going to show
democracy for them to preserve their power.
I wonder if they're an expat, because it seems like that might be. Seems odd for a foreigner to rent that as opposed to.
Oh, he's an American.
At least lived here.
Oh, he's an American. Yeah, he also was affiliated with I want to say oh gosh, what's that very elite university in Maryland?
He went to the University of Virginia, Johns Hopkins.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking of, Johns Hopkins. Yeah, I think he's. For whatever reason, it appears he didn't go the route of full professorship. I think he has a PhD, but for whatever reason, he's not, he didn't go that sort of hardcore full professor. He's clearly a scholar, he's an academic, but he's not, on that sort of tenure track, it appears. But I think some of his ideas are really interesting. I'm looking forward to reading the book.
Yeah, interesting. He's a former congressional staffer, speechwriter, served in the U.S. Army and the reserves as a reconnaissance scout, and he lives in Denmark now. His focus of study was colonial and revolutionary America.
There you go. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to the.
We're going to show alarm.
I just can't stand the moralizing.
She can't stand morals. Oh no. Whatever will she do?
Mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only forgotten child of my father and mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and gold. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on unsated deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the blessing of my land I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. The sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. Has traveled on the beats of earth. So am I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. The wand of double power and the voice of the Master. To child and conquering Lord, chorus, by the song I invoke in my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. The cloud white and pure. By the bright Messiah invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none. Save thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of the internet. By my crown I invoke thee.
Like 2,000 years, Europeans have been raping Jews in Europe, so it's mostly European laws.
Have you ever heard of Jews? They're from Judea.
It's all your
That's how they got their name.
It's all your mythology.
No, that's a myth. It's a
Right, they got called Jews and had no
Hello, moderators. I would like to discuss achieving unity through spiritual awakening. I have read the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedas and also the Upanishads, and I have read the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe, and I want to say that achieving unity through spiritual awakening is definitely something fun to do. If you open a book on a Friday night and you take a glass of red wine and you drink the wine and read the book and then you masturbate and go to sleep, you will achieve this great spiritual unity and awakening that your body is looking for and that your mind can experience.
My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark ways of me in the soul that I lean upon to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger.
Sunnis coming here to defend Armenia because they're fucking Sunnis.
You fucking retard. You don't know shit you're talking about. It was not about left. You dumb fuck. It was not about
You
left.
dumb fuck, I'm gonna put a PDF here, you fucking illiterate.
Hello, I hate to interrupt, but I was kicked from the room and I was trying to achieve spiritual unity by having an awakening moment with the room. I want to say that I read the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe, and everyone here needs to read a book instead of having endless conversations and ruining your emotional equilibration. Upanishads, try to read the townhouse and wasting all your time.
It's a person. That's just what he sounds like. That's how he talks. His brain kind of broke when he realized that he was like talking publicly to people eternally, and he like records it constantly, has a million copies. Crazy person. Nice guy, but also insane.
It's crazy how ignorant these people are, and I'm not even joking. Like, have some shit.
The guy doesn't even know where Kashmir is.
Krishna!
The level of illiteracy in this room is scary.
Almost Turkish, yeah.
So let's get the topic. Let's get back to the topic a little bit. What ways do you think we can make the world better? How can we unify and get across our
Hold evil accountable. That's where it starts.
First of all, you need to
pay for childcare and abolish prisons.
take this idea out that we have made a better place. Most of the operation has been based on these types of ideologies. And we invent a good, and for that good, we have to do a lot of evil to achieve that good. We should just take it out.
And then what do we do about evil?
Nothing, man. It doesn't really, it's not sustainable on its own in nature.
Yes, it's very sustainable on its own.
It's very sustainable.
No, compared to the way amount we do it based on the ideas of good, it's way less. It exists way less.
No, I think that's not in evidence. That's not even looking at it statistically in a realistic way. You're taking measurements that are to support your fact, and they're not
just being anarchist, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at human.
I think you're a very intelligent person. In this particular instance, like each. That's a big problem that you have to fight. And I think that a lot of the religious traditions were structures that were created to try to fight that inclination.
Exactly.
That's when we divide the world into good and bad. That's when we start to eliminate the bad.
But duality
is where the fight starts.
Ideology. A lot of fights in the world is just.
Yeah, but it becomes a strong and really big duality, which keeps on going afterwards.
It's about ideology. A lot of things are just conflict of interest. It's not just all about ideology. People have different interests, and then they just fight. Different groups have different interests.
From the sun at this point.
Well, I don't know, man. We're still living on one planet. It's totally limited, man. If you deny the limitations of the planet,
lunch or dinner, or if you were
You
in-laws
like
or
all the
someone that
people
you
with
were
rockets?
dating, and people would literally judge you.
yes,
On how you conducted yourself while you were eating. So,
I mean, how much resources they consume they're coming from Earth. They're literally being sustained from Earth. They're not really living in like cells.
Well, but that's what they're going to try.
Hello, moderators. I was kicked 2 times from this room for trying to achieve unity through spiritual awakening, and Mick Z is like a robot to go to work and raise your children and to make them productive. But that is because Mick Z for 4 years read a book, and I am only suggesting.
He even has a YouTube channel.
Oh my God.
Don't you guys know John Kitover by now?
He has 50 phones. No. He streams every room almost that he finds interesting. That's crazy. He has 2 channels on his Why the heck? He has like 50, 100 fucking accounts. But why the heck?
Because I'm telling you, he's very performative. He's like obsessed with the fact that he's performing people. So he like can't talk normally. It's like uncomfortable for him.
Oh my god. It sounds so jobless. Everything is so
You're away from us. We need to talk about space. People living sustainably.
It's not about creating that space.
Wait, I love the idea of moving in space. Like, there's a lot of.
You're misunderstanding. It's not about whether or not humans can live in space. It's more the fact that humanity, when it studies and when it understands the world, it unlocks abilities that we used to think was impossible, like making it to the moon or feeding the amount of people that we currently do, which historically we were not able to. That was all from insight and creativity. I'm saying that humans that focus on the resources are simply saying, I can't think of anything to do with all this infinite stuff that we have.
It's not infinite. That's where you're wrong.
It is limited, but it's more than enough, man. Planet is limited, but
Our human capacity is also a limitation. Like, we are just limited beings, ultimately. We are not gods. We don't have super heat.
Well,
We're not having you can bring it in an argument. Just make space. Go ahead.
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing a 20% refund.
One reason could not have made it to the moon if God did not A, make this universe livable, B, give us the tools and raw materials we needed for rocket fuel, and C, make any of that stable. Like, we should have blown ourselves up. Instead, we've been to the moon multiple times.
You keep saying that like it's a big deal. I'm not saying denying we can.
Yeah, when's the last time you've been to the moon?
radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign. By the sign and It is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the keys of pearl, so I after thee in my car of glory. On my fingers I invoke thee. Under the one double power, the voice of the master. To draw the flaming sword, from and conquering Lord, walrus avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. My their brightness say invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Say it thee, O Lord. By the conquering Lord, for us avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheek. By the sword of voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks by my head. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. The reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophets and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vision of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine out of dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph and conquering Lord. Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. If I am the voice for the revenge, let it strike at my beginning. By the song I invoke thee. The voice of the sexy, the voices, everyone of love. happy heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the bright I invoke thee. Why is the red triangle reverse? The sign given of none. Save it be, oh keep me, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, and the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vigorati and clear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. My heart is on blue waves of music in the sound that I made up to invoke thee. Strike the master ball, draw the flaming sword, grow, giant and conquering Lord, our Lord, our God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hands the sword of revenge, let it strike, my life be thee, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight.
Come on, communist senators of France. Let's be.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as darts. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I invoke thee. My red triangle reverse the sign. We love none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the limit. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sown. body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the since I wear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto come now forth and dwell, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or under the other, or fallen air, or approaching fire, and every scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, the head of I bear the rose and cross of life and light. And cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, Thou forth and dwell in me, so that I the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, mine be Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abracadabra. Giving the sign, teach an abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the heavens, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry, or in the water of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than a My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broken too. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it. Don't run from the feeling. One second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. The deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's love, wisdom of God, my heart is open, wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, let it go, 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 you are the answer, I need it now. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Till I light, till I live, I breathe in your holy flow. And the storm in my head lays down like a pall. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now, joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now. Joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay.
Testing, testing. 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 Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing. Hello, Gamma. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. My friend, I'm testing a voice modifier. I'm trying. I bought this thing on Amazon. Can you hear me?
Modify it. Don't criticize it.
See if I get this thing to work. Testing, testing. Hello, hello? Hello? Maybe, I really don't know how this thing works. I got an instruction manual. It's amazing. I see ads on Instagram for like an electronic item. Then I go to Amazon and I find it for like 50% less. Immediate delivery. So I'm trying to bring myself to read Ayn Rand, but I can't seem to do it by myself. It seems too difficult of a task to want to have to read Ayn Rand as a 43-year-old man in my home alone. It's the most interesting thing about Ayn Rand is her sex life. That's it.
What did she do?
It says a lot. You know what's amazing
Did
is,
she take it?
you know, Bima, she was like, I was obsessed with Ayn Rand. I studied underneath Edward Bernays. I spent so many years reading Ayn Rand. And so I did a reading room with her where we read Ayn Rand together from the same book, you know, chapter by chapter. And BB came in the room. He's like, come on,
Demo, let's go fucking do a crazy fucking room. Let's do it right now. I'm like, so I kicked him to the goo, and I was like, I'm sorry.
I was there for that moment.
Doesn't matter what you read, we will listen to you read for 3 minutes. If you listen to us read for 3 minutes, it's up to you. You can or you cannot participate. It's up to you.
Indeed, my sheep John, I shall deliver to you now. You've given me 3 minutes. I shall take my time to run.
Okay, you want 3 minutes to read a book? Do you want to go now?
Well, let me find.
Zach, are you also capable of reading a book this afternoon?
I'm driving.
Got it.
Let's go. This is the key. Well, I'll take it as destiny. It is your fate to hear this. Egon L. Allowing no crookedness in it. Make and to warn those who claim Allah has offspring. They have no knowledge of this, nor did their forefathers. What a terrible claim that comes out of their mouths. They say nothing but lies. Now, perhaps you, O Prophet, will grieve yourself to death over their denial if they continue to disbelieve in this message. We have indeed made whatever is on earth as adornment for it, in order to test which of them is best in deeds, and we will certainly reduce whatever is glory and truth. They were youths who truly believed in their Lord, and we increased them in guidance. And we strengthened their hearts when they stood up and declared, Our Lord is the Lord of the heavens and earth. We will never call upon any God besides him, or we would truly be uttering an outrageous lie. Then they said to one another, These people of ours have taken gods beside him. What do they not produce? A clear proof of them. Why do they not produce a clear proof of them? Who then does more wrong than those who fabricate lies against Allah? Since you have distanced yourself from them,
and what they worship besides Allah. Take refuge in the cave. Your Lord will extend his mercy to you and aid you in your ordeal. And you would have seen some those inclining away from their cave to the right, as it set declining away from them to the left, while they lay in its open space. That is one of the signs of Allah. Whoever Allah guides is truly guided, and whoever he leaves is to stray. You will never find for them a guiding mentor. And you would have thought.
Okay, that's 3 minutes, Illumi. That's 3+ minutes. That's 4 minutes. We have a 3-minute cutoff. It's a 3-minute.
No worries.
Yeah.
No worries, my friend.
What a wonderful reading. What does that tell you? Like, what did you gain from that, experience of reading that?
You tell me.
One is the way you read it. I think, it's almost to me like I can't tell sometimes, like, is he making fun of this material in the way that he's reading it?
No, but God is making fun of the disbelievers, and I am simply articulating his sense.
He's making fun of you.
I don't believe so, for I have brought forth Illumi before I become cordial with John.
See, my friend thinks you're
Illumi
making...
is a manifestation of my completion. It is the bringing out of my third eye. It is a sign that I am almost complete.
Uh-huh. See, my friend thinks that you're making fun of me because I read in a maybe similar type of English accent prose. And, I gotta say, like, to me, it's basically super seamless, where I know I don't sound that way when I speak to you this way. But when I read a book from 1910 written by an English, author, and I sound like maybe a queer Winston Churchill, is that how would you describe it? Anyways, welcome to Mixed is here.
I describe it as eloquent English. I am simply speaking how I would speak in eloquent Arabic.
So Mixed said that I'm a crazy person and I should be disregarded, and that's just what I do, and that's the way he talks. And I said that...
You disagree?
I said Mixed was a robot, and that, his... And he is just a highly programmed robot, and I'm okay with living with androids. That's fine by me. I would never discriminate against an android. I mean, that's my rebuttal, Dr. Mixed. I mean, Mixed, I'm just teasing, I'm just kidding around.
I mean, here's my question. In claiming that I am robotic, are you saying that there's something inhuman in my responses, or
no,
are you
just
claiming that I am exercising some kind of control over myself that is near robotic and somehow inhuman?
No, I'm just trying to come up with something to insult you with.
Listen. What I said there was honest and true. I genuinely think you are a nice, interesting, smart person. I also think that you suffer from a compulsion specifically about this app, like you're reckoning with what's going on. It puts you into an unhealthy, I would say you feel somewhat naked, maybe insecure, and it results in a compulsion. And as a result, the best advice to most people is to ignore what you said.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just your opinion. And
again, that's not the advice I'm giving to you. I'm not telling you to ignore or that what you say is not valuable. I'm telling you what the best advice I think is to give to anyone that hasn't yet met you.
No, I get it, but see, my response is if we were to play back what you just said and then we were to put it in the frame of a projection, that's your problem. That's my opinion about the projection.
I think John wants to. I think John wants to work with people. I feel like people are too dumb, and you are not Christ, John. You're not going to change these people. Did I not just read to you?
Jesus didn't change anyone.
You are not going to guide those who God has sealed. That's it.
Isn't part of his message he failed in his life, right? He committed his life fully, and thus it was so pure. So everyone should commit their life fully, knowing that they will fail. No.
No, you have missed our recitation of the.
I know. I just see a bunch of failures around. I just thought you guys were committed to it.
Here, let me find out.
Damn.
And you would have seen. Oh, here we go. That is one of the signs of Allah. Whoever Allah guides is true.
No, Illumi, hold on.
Whoever he leads
Illumi,
to
please
stay,
hold.
You will never find further
Illumi, you gotta hold on. This is a
Indeed, it is I,
Illumi, this is a 3-minute reading room, and it's my book club, it's my nonprofit. You know, I met with my psychiatrist, I took McZed's advice, and maybe I am crazy.
It was part of the terms of his parole.
Maybe I am crazy. And so, you know, according to McZed, how would
It's just a question of reckoning with your insanity.
okay, so so explain to me your diagnosis and your treatment plan.
Okay, my diagnosis, my sense of you, is that you're on this app compulsively, and that you specifically engage in performative presentation of your thoughts, which I think because it makes you uncomfortable to maybe like. Regardless of the dominance you need to exert and attempt to do, you have a very striking voice. Like, you do draw people's attention. I notice when you say absolute gibberish, people are captivated. And all I'm saying is that, like, that's a gift, and maybe that causes some of your embarrassment. Maybe, like, people pay attention to you, so then you feel exposed. I don't know. But, like, I see the compulsion. And, like, in terms of self-control, like, what would I prescribe? I would say, like, you don't have to speak all the time. Like, you know, right now you're listening. And, like, I would experiment with different styles of communication than the one you're leaning on. This, like, announcer of mindfulness persona. Right? You can also walk in softly with, like, an interesting question, a polite, maybe even just a qualifying question, not like a confrontational, just like, hey, where did you say you were from? What language were you speaking? Like, anything boring alternative to your high intentions of mindfulness. You know, but you asked quickly my diagnosis, my treatment plan, and by the way, not a fucking doctor.
I agree. What, Illumi?
Sounds like Lolly right now.
Lolly?
Nothing really wrong with anything that.
Well, you just have offered criticism and no solution.
No, that's not true. I did propose a therapy approach. I said that there were specific styles of, like, more low intensity communication that he could play around with. And, like, I get it. Like, part of the fun of this app is you can go to high intensity communication proper. I'm just saying, like, for in terms of my sense of not being a doctor, but knowing you as a person and people.
I agree.
And I think you sense that struggle, which is why, like, for you it's kind of silence or this radio persona. And, like, again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not saying this is actually a good therapy. It just seems to me you could exert some self-control over your own speech and benefit from it.
It should always keep running.
I agree, you know, and
I'll get you one day, Roy, and you will be on my block list.
My psychiatrist is like, what are you doing positive for yourself? I said, well, I'm trying to organize a book club with veterans that have PTSD or depression. And he's like, oh, that is a very good idea. So, you know, they like that.
Why don't you just try to get them all, like, those therapy drugs?
Well, I got prescribed. I got prescribed.
No.
The veteran.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Veteran
That's what I'm saying.
affairs.
It's in clinical trials, but it has excellent results. It's in your wheelhouse. You're already crazy. It could probably chill you out, and then you just be a drug connection. That's an easy moneymaker. Come on, man.
So the
You get
veteran.
paid by the government to go dose the fucking veterans.
Yeah, the government offered me $300 to do a magnetic procedure. You know, where you go under high power magnetics. Kind of like electric. I think it's just what they call electric shock therapy nowadays. To tell you the truth, I think they're just relabeling it as.
You use that, and as terrifying and brutal,
It actually works.
It does work. It works sometimes. It can be super brutal, and it was definitely abused in the past, but it is still like a viable technique. Honestly, on a far lower dosage, they've interesting brain states based on a skull cap and the right electrons. Just the right signal, the right megahertz, and the right variance, whatever. It causes an effect, and a weird measurable effect they saw was they had a person try to play a video game, progressively harder the longer you play, until of course the person dies, and then they put the cap on, and then the person just sort of went right through it. Didn't struggle at all, got the terms, it never got hard enough, and at some point they beat the game before they had the thinking cap on.
Well,
what I'm saying is
I told
be surprised that electrical signals by the brain can actually have tremendous therapeutic value.
Yeah, I told my friend here, because the psychiatrist asked me 9 questions, and he said, your borderline personality disorder based on your responses off of this diagnostic. And my friend was diagnosed with this as well. And so, he said, so what you gonna do with your life? What's your plan? You're 43 years old. What you gonna do? And I said, well, doctor, I said, I see your white lab coat up on the wall and your big degrees and all that. I was like, do you think you could just lobotomize me? Could you lobotomize me? And he was like, why you want to be lobotomized? Why you want to be lobotomized? I said, I don't know. Is this psychiatry? Do you guys do lobotomies anymore? He's like, no, but you can do the magnetic therapy treatment. I was like, magnetic therapy treatment, all right. And he's like, I will pay you $300. We will. I was like, all right, $300. Great.
You're being defensive.
No, I'm describing to you my experience.
No one has suggested that your brain is a waste of matter. No one's done that. We value your mind. We value your insights. We value active. What we don't value, and that's where we say you can self-control, or you can medicate yourself into a way that the rest of us can interact with.
But I value the civil behavior. It validates my own uncivil
we do a little bit, maybe. There's a place for civility and uncivility. But the public space, for people trying to talk, usually when I find, they don't love.
Okay, so makes that I'm filming other rooms right now as we're speaking, and in those other
harmony amongst the humans I know.
In those other rooms that I'm recording, there are green beaners like Marshall Rankin and Scott Jones and Deborah and all these other what I would call elite liberals on this app. And if you listen to what they say and how they say
Is Marshall an elite liberal?
Yes, he absolutely is. He's in the stratosphere. He shares the green bean with them. Anyways, my point is, when you listen to what they're saying, speak as if they are the leaders, and what they're talking about, it's in terms of the topic itself, and if they are, because when you listen to them, again, they are literally they're talking about doing their former actions, they're talking about future actions. And there's even hardcore liberals on this app that are saying prepare for bloody civil war constantly and screaming it. And I just think they got no class, no intelligence. They don't understand, the thing is they are the ones who use the term MAGA constantly. And some perspective, in terms of mental health and what people are talking about. I mean, they talked about tampons in bathrooms for boys in the 4th grade in Tim Waltz for 20 minutes.
They're still talking about that and debating it as if everyone deserves feminine health care. I don't know how they were. I'm just saying from like how people are spending their mornings and afternoons and what they're talking about. There is a group of Democrat liberals on this app that are persistent, ridiculously resistant, totally unaware of like their own joy and happiness and how they're their own worst enemies in terms of like their day-to-day happiness and how they're screaming and every day thinking about Donald Trump. I mean, maybe they're the most, I don't think it's, anyways, that's just my observation. But this is a book club because after talking to Vinny Boombatz, Dr. Kim Lee Suk Won, I want to say that I'm kind of impressed with the doctors at the VA. I didn't meet one doctor who's actually an American. Every single person working there is Filipino. I don't have a problem background or melatonin density or how they smell or what they eat or how they sound. I don't really care. Like I'm a
Mean that they were literally born in the Philippines.
Yeah, every single employee that I met at the VA has an accent, and they're not native born, and English is not their first language, and that's okay.
What's usually their origin story for ending up at the VA?
I don't know. They got their big plaques. They went to Filipino University, came here, did this, got that.
They went to whatever university. I don't know that it was necessarily Filipino, but I'm not sure like how they end up at the VA. Like if you're curious how they got there and you like don't like that they don't look like what you expect an American to be, ask what their American story is.
Oh no, that's not actually what I'm saying. I'm merely just reciting my observations. Care about.
They're all a bunch of Filipinos.
Yeah, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Doing great work, and they're making great salaries and budget. Did you know what the VA budget is? It's $150 billion a year just in disability pension. $150 billion a year just for the disabled pensioners.
Well, it's expensive. They got a lot of specialty.
That doesn't include the budget for the VA facilities and all the staff and all the medical device technology and all the fun. Anyways, that's not the purpose of this room.
Except the VA. I don't see any reason the VA should be weak.
Weak. Anyways, I don't mean to talk about a jobs program because if they wanted to, they could just give all those veterans health insurance and they could go to their local hospital. There wouldn't be a giant campus that's 20 square miles of VA facilities. I mean, we wouldn't need it.
There's a reason that the veterans get different health care.
Oh, there's a Well, what would a libertarian? What would a libertarian say?
I'll tell you this. I grant you, it should be that a veteran can also check into a local hospital and that those records just integrate nicely into the VA. But like the government has a vested interest in monitoring the specific health care of the specific soldiers that donated their lives to it. There's a different rationale behind the healthcare system for the veterans than there is for the citizens.
Have you ever been to a VA hospital?
No, I'm not.
Walk in and go to any floor they want. There are offices wide open. There's no security. It's like I would. It is. It's a huge.
What's so bad about the place?
Well, there's limited security. I'm just saying that the one that I went to was the laxest I've ever seen. The one
like a door, and you press a button, and someone opens the door.
No.
Violate the parking, they show up, and then you get a ticket, and then you realize this is a federal.
No. Every facility is a little different. The one in Chicago is high security because they deal with Chicagoans, and a lot of them are actually like gang leaders, from Vietnam. They literally go in dressed like pimps. I said to this one guy, I was like, "What? Excuse me, why you're dressed like this? It's so magnificent, It's." And he said, "I'm in a crew." Thank you. Anyways, this is the Ayn Rand Objectivist Room. Thank you for coming here. We can all read for 3 minutes in this safe space of reading a book. Alumi read from the Quran about Muhammad in the cave.
And then expect people to take you seriously. Like you're kind of insulting them. I do agree there are a lot of clowns on this platform. I'd say the overwhelming amount are clowns.
I would.
You insulted the overwhelming amount of people on this app. Indeed, but I am an Illumi. Everybody understands that I am a rational, coherent actor.
See, maybe I'm insulting, but like, room about spiritual awakening and union with God, and I was talking about the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, the Vedas, the Tanya, the Torah, all these spiritual books. And then Exad says that's just a crazy person, and that's just how he talks. Nobody cared about what I said. Didn't matter what books I. I really don't respect. And it's not a me problem. It's the way that this app is set. It's not open for debate. Like, I'm blocked from all rooms. Marshall Stinkin' Rankin, this trans person over there, that trans person. I'm just saying I'm blocked. The funnest aspect of this app that I can have an anon sitting in a room, go in, say what I want to say, and then listen to the feedback. Like, that is, interesting. But if I were to,
Hey, John Kitover.
yeah, and I like when people say, you don't know John Kitover? Like, that to me is like, it's working. It's working. It's just so much fun to have some people say, I fucking John Kitover. And then somebody else says, you don't know John Kitover? Like, anyways.
It like starts to dawn on you, and they're like, well, we have people in our midst. When we have people on this app.
Make ridiculous statements on this app. It's that, like, it's what they're talking about. And that's why when I read a book, I by using virtual computers on his desktop and Club Deck. But To me, it's really about like knowing that John Kitover is out there recording you. And if you were to only you would see the dedication, the commitment, and the hard work and productivity that went into recording really 5 years of Clubhouse experience. And they suspended my YouTube account, and it was so old. I was like, so it must be algorithmic, because I have so many videos up. You just give up after like at least 3 minutes. You can't go through any of it. It's just so value. No one looks at it, but I think it's really because of algorithm discrimination. And if people talk about, discrimination and civil rights and all these and it's, maybe it's a me problem. I mean, I get flagged for hateful, abusive speech content, and it's amazing that it's actually me saying it sometimes, but what I'm saying is actually legal. It doesn't violate their policies. It's just the complexity of how do you define and accurately diagnose hate speech using algorithmic methodology. And then it goes to an appeal process, and then they come back and they say, no, we have determined this is hateful. And it's like, when I listen to it, I'm like, I usually don't listen to it. I just move on. But welcome to the Ayn Rand room. Kitty, Michelle, Mark, the MFer down in the goo. I did buy a voice modulator simulator thing here. I'm trying to figure out how to use it. It's only $20. It's made in China. You can be a baby. You can be youthful. You can be a male. You can be a king. You can be a lolly, a youth, a female, or a witch. Male to female or female to male. Kissing, laughter, cheerfulness, applause, supricide. I think maybe the spelling are on the actual device. Show up, crow, and time. Oh, maybe it says surprise. Surprised, but they got it spelled wrong. So, again, this is at any moment, anyone can read a book for 3 minutes. It's completely up to you. Like I said, do you want to read a book for 3 minutes? I know you like the conversational experience more than actually reading a book here. I like the book conversation experience. Kitty, do you want to read a book? Michelle, Mark, you got 3 to 10 minutes to read a book here. You can do it. I have faith that we can read books as humans again. Michelle, welcome. How are you doing, darling?
I'm okay, and I've read for you before. We've done this before a couple of years ago. I'm not here to read because I'm actually doing my eyebrows at the moment. But I just wanted to say, and Ed, you said, if you manage to have the patience to go through my Instagram accounts and see the 5 years, how much hard work I've put into this. Well, I've done that. I only did that a couple of days ago. Somehow you just landed in my algorithm. And I came across a couple of incredible clubhouse rooms that I was in as well. And honestly, it's very, very entertaining. borderlining genius, with everything you do in the background, and seeing your reaction to things that we're saying. I thoroughly enjoyed it, John, and I was listening to you the other day on X. You were live streaming a Clubhouse room through X, and I'm on X quite a lot. And I just wanted to say I appreciate you and the work that you do.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Michelle.
Sorry, I just had to call the cops on somebody.
Uh-oh. What was he doing, or she doing? What happened?
This is my new thing while driving. In a way I don't like. I just call the cops right away. And I call the cops and I say, I'm headed southbound on Jefferson, and I'd like to report an erratic driver. License plate Charlie 69er. It's a black sedan driven by a young black male. Person is weaving in and out of the driving lane. I'd like to call to report an erratic driver headed southbound on Jefferson. Thank you. And that's what
I wouldn't know until I experienced being in the back. But thanks, Michelle, for that. Mixed, you're in so many of my videos because, I do want to try to capture intelligence, 15-second clips. So I clip you a lot, and I mean, nobody watches this. Nobody leaves comments. It could just be bots watching it, but myself, which I find unbelievable because there are thousands and thousands of videos on Instagram.
Hey, Mixed.
How you doing?
No, I was just saying that I appreciate what John does, or Edmund, or whatever he calls himself these days. I appreciate it, and I was listening to it the other day. I was listening to some past Clubhouse rooms, and it's just
I'm a fan.
and he's streaming me on something else now. I can hear. What am I on?
Well, Michelle, people aren't streaming your voice. Pretty much everyone on Clubhouse agrees it's the most lovely.
So, I've been reading this. I'm trying to get to this book. It's right in front of me. It's called The Virtue of Selfishness. It deals with ethics. And I asked him, said, how would you teach an ethics class? I was like, you wouldn't just give a reading list, read the books, discuss the books. He's like, no, I'd sit there and we'd figure out first.
No, I wouldn't do that for an ethics class. I'd probably start with definitions of terms.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said.
Whatever people, I'd run kind of like a group or moral. Provoke and see where the conversation grows while people think about ethics. The problem with the way people discuss it nowadays is they use ethics more like as a litmus test for a false philosophy or ideology. If it violates some kind of moral sense they have, then they say it must be wrong.
I've got over 6,000 views. Sorry. Oh, you're done. Sorry.
They don't think through the broader concerns in ethical systems, like what we're getting at with ethics.
Right, that's very true, but also
it's hard to put your finger on exactly what ethics are about.
That's very true, but also my video got 6,000 views, and I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Impressive.
Yeah, I mean, how do you the thing about the ethics that's interesting to me is it's like if you try it's all there's ethical, you know, to me the left woke political communication shows that their communication we have an ethical problem in society, and that's why we have all these issues now.
Well, I don't think we teach ethics or ethical reasoning very much. I'd say the closest you get to studying ethical reasoning from like the broad educational system is like history, and then if you specialize in it in college, but like it's a worthy study.
It's more like his story. Am I right?
It is a bunch of stories, but it's accepted as true.
Okay, so I think maybe I'm the only one capable of reading books anymore in 2026. I mean, imagine a person reading a book or willing to read a book anymore, and he's the only one who has a superpower to read books. You know, I mean, I went to Chabad for a mega Shabbos last Shabbos, and I looked at the rabbi's daughter in front of a bookshelf reading a book like a robot. She was going reading, you know, from that big blue book. And
yeah, you don't understand what she's doing.
Yeah, she's reading.
Producing a reading. She's performing it or preparing for a performance. It's like with correct pronunciation and intonation. That's what she's preparing for. It looks like a robot to you because you're not associating the form.
Thought she was like reading, but like reading silently, but still like using her mouth to like formulate the words or something. I'm just making fun of the robot word.
All I'm trying to highlight is Jews engage in a lot of mechanistic behavior, but the meaning of it isn't necessarily their interpretation of like what they're reading every time. Sometimes it's pronouncing it. Sometimes.
Do you mean she was davening?
Yeah, she was davening basically.
I'm not sure what he's saying she was doing.
I guess she was actually just quietly reading out loud. That's what she was doing. You know, and I think it's great.
And by the way, like beautiful little family life. The family learns to interact with each other with less screens.
Yeah, it's great, for having all these kids, and she's so nice and
yeah.
Some of them are very glamorous.
Yeah.
They walk around in high heels. They've got like a 10,000 shaitalon, $10,000 shaitalon. They're very, very glamorous.
I knew a very impressive Lubavitch geologist. She was at least a doctor, but I think she was a heart doctor. And her husband.
The matriarch mind like flows down into the husband and the sons. Like, if you've ever looked at the IRS code, like the code book, I mean, it's so fine print and it's such a huge book. You're like, are doing with accounting is for taxation purposes and using AI to essentially give you your justifications from that massive tax code book. I'm sure a lot of tax attorneys are doing that. I asking for and how to justify it. I asked for 230,000, 2 years of lost wages, 10,000 for therapy, 10,000 and 10,000 I think for lost health insurance benefits, 230K. I'm hoping they come back, at 100K. The lawyers and the judges has conditioned me experience. They don't want somebody reading a book. But I am convinced that I may be Man cannot Man's life is a continuous whole. For good or evil, every day, year, and decade of his life holds the sum of all the days behind him. He can alter his survival, qua man. It does not mean a momentary or a merely any thug and surrender any values for the sake of what is known as survival at any price, which may or may not last a week or a year. Man's survival qua man means the terms, methods, conditions, and goals required for the survival of a rational being through the whole of his lifespan and all those aspects of existence which are open to his choice. Man cannot survive as anything but man. He can abandon his means of survival, his mind. He can turn himself
going to yield my mic. I thank you for allowing me to share that.
having a leading coefficient have a negative value and could have buried the negative kind of thing.
Policy about how much of the grade, but but then you learn like, well, this person is, maybe has some issues at home, or they have to they don't have the time, they have to take care of their brothers and sisters. You start learning these things, and you start thinking like, well, what's the goal here really? Is the goal compliance, or is the goal like understanding? And if they can demonstrate understanding in a way, thing would be like, well, it's not fair to the other students if I give a grade. But then it's like, well, I don't know. Maybe the policy should have included alternative ways of demonstrating understanding. Like maybe is more, a little more diversity in so that's the kind of things that I actually anticipate. $38 trillion real world issues for a teacher, and
when you mispronounce it, you just, oh man, you've only read about that, you've never used it in the field kind of thing, right?
you want for your work, not don't know if that's a truism. Well, how can you be the sucker if you're not having your ears grabbed? You're the sucky. I can think of some ways. Oh, I'd like to see.
Picture yesterday for cheese background.
You missed Andy Scher. Romero missed Andy Scher.
Sure.
Are you here, Romero?
Yeah, what's up? The little long ones, whatever they're called. Yeah,
Dachshunds.
Dachshunds. With the little stubby legs.
He's got a really big looking dachshund.
He might have felt embarrassed. Maybe? Can he feel embarrassed?
No.
I'll break it down for you. Just about every American evil, from colonialism, genocide, slavery, Jim Crow, profit. You think you're eating a hamburger. I mean, you are, in theory, but And when it comes out, it's this gray mass that they then spray paint brown and flavor. Right? Like McDonald's is the antithesis of healthy eating. And that is the basic model of the United States. Franchise, maximize profit.
Remember 3 variables, and you kind of said like maybe 5 or 6 things, and that was in the context of maximizing profits. And maximization of profits is responsible for Jim Crow. It's responsible for immigration rights. What was the whole list again, Romero?
So the genocide of the indigenous people, right, was to maximize. General was to maximize the amount of land and gold and all that and resources. So that's maximizing the amount of profit that you get out of that land. Slavery, quite literally, you steal people from one land and force them to work at another land for no pay. Right? You treat them like cattle, you breed them like cattle. All of that is to maximize your profit. Like that's what the South was so pissed about, that all of a sudden they couldn't have free labor, right? So that would cut into their profit.
So, in terms of maximizing profit, I mean, you clean your house, right? Like you go to the variables into yourself and pointing them out and engaging with all these variables in reality. And so maximization of profit to me just seems like efficiency and productivity pushed to its limits within legal, moral, ethical bounds. And you're suggesting that this maximization of profit has transcended above what we would call normative ethics and morals and human behavior and resulted in these catastrophes.
Well, my thesis is that capitalism is built on immoral behavior. It's built on slavery. It's built on the destruction. And that's not possible in a sort of limited system. Capitalism, at its core, breeds all of the human evils in a lot of ways. And the destruction that we see in the world right now, somebody's profit, whether it be the people that make all the war stuff, the oil companies, right? So like taxes, right? H&R Block exists. It's propped up by the government. It shouldn't exist. They could just send you a receipt. Be like, hey, this is how much you owe. Right? But they create an industry, a middleman that you have to pay into. That's, if I was being snarky, I'd say that's DEI for corporations. So it's in terms of so many corners you can cut when it starts becoming harmful. To pay out any people that died, right? And all the lawsuits were, it was better to profits. And so, and if you're going to say that there's a moral component to that, I would say clearly it's not. There's no moral component to the maximization of profit when it comes to how business is done in the United States. So it's the reason why has flatlined from the 70s now, but the people at top have gone from making 70% more than their lowest paid employee to like 300 to 700 times more than their contractors instead of employees, so they don't have to pay them health insurance. All profit is predominantly at the root of evil.
Okay, so I would give you evidence to suggest otherwise, and it's right below your nose. It's called Clubhouse. Clownhouse here is not a ruthless maximizer of profit. Israel and Palestine, does, and how they give work visas to come in and to build, and they make good money. And there is that like poverty exchange system between the primary currency and outside individuals. You could call that apartheid, But then I said, no. We need very strict laws because the strictness of the law, it gives us control. If we want more people to come in to do these projects, there's a lot of people out there that would gladly fly in from other countries to work these jobs. And so we can control our economy, but I would say if we were to discuss economic philosophy, it's the same principle of how do you run a business, and you have to run it at a profit. But Romero, your maximization of profit theory can only exist with the Federal Reserve as the backdrop, because whenever there's a fuck up, you can expect
that we gained under Donald Trump.
No, I'm just saying, if we were doing
I'm going to suck less today by leaving this room because I just can't stand listening to John Kitover as they're on. It's so complicated.
Thank you, Hero. Thank you. That's what I really love my experience here is when people say, you don't know John Kitover or I hate John Kitover. That's when I love my experience here. Thank you.
I know. You suck.
Well, I just want to answer Romero's question. Hello? Thank you very little. I'll put it in the complaint file. Let me go to the other office and get the complaint file real quick so I can put this note and timestamp on. Romero, I'm just saying. Oh, okay. My mere existence is a stain on reality for you. I apologize, but I'm trying to. Interview perspective. If I were to interview Kamala or Donald to come in to run a company, I would choose Donald 9 out of 10 times.
You see how he's not answering my question? He's pivoted.
No, that's how I'm answering your question from a job interview perspective. You just don't like my response. You don't like what I'm saying. And John.
I literally stopped talking so you had all the real estate to talk. But what are you doing? Pivoting.
It's not a pivot. And John, I want to bring up, you claim there's going to be a bloody civil war, John. That's your own sick imagination. I hate to break the bad news to you. We've already fought a civil war. There won't be some blood spilling that you think that you got to arm up for to fight these maggots. Hello?
For a moment. I have to before you start mouthing off, start the internet. Also, John, really quick. Say a few things. Really quick, John, before you say anything. You know what he's doing. He's streaming this on YouTube.
We got it! But I'm curious to see how they put mathematics on a DVD for like movie viewer, consumption.
I heard the last 25 seconds of that. I can't hear after like 5 or 10 seconds. I missed the beginning. What is the DVD math thing? Or did you say what it was called? Or
I got
for you, or the concept of
No, because I think they're opposite.
You gotta
I
vote
think
to know.
capitalism is the opposite of slavery. So I'm not sure, you or I think Romero is the one who made the claim when I came in.
Let me follow the argument. I mean, the slavery is not the opposite of capitalism. Slavery is just something that you do to people. But capitalism is a system that has a lot of moving parts. Ideally, it doesn't have slaves in it, right? But just I think he's trying to illustrate the point that if your goal is the stated goal of like every company in the United States to
really need, and how proprietary is the product or service that they're offering? There's so much that goes into this conversation, and the last thing I'll say is about the philosophy of the now, which is that it is a compression of the past and the future, not just the past.
capital costs, right? Which usually is the metaphorical equivalent of slave labor, right?
Let me ask you this. So, in the history of the human race, we've gone through various types of economy. We started out, and correct me if I'm wrong or you want to dispute this, but we started out hunter-gatherer. We moved to agrarian. We then moved to feudalism. We then moved to mercantilism. And then we moved to market-based economies. Would you agree with that? Pro? Would you agree with that, the evolution of...
I'm getting ready to walk my dog here, but I'm listening if I don't answer right away.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, I think what happens is we get in the weeds about the minutia, about this CEO or that company or, this pay scale or something like that, but thoughts on this, but just that comment that slavery or capitalism is built on slavery is your ability demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of market-based economies. So, I'll ask, what
he was like someone who had a lot of.
What do you think was the
his reputation inside conservative circles was really high. People took him really serious. Like politicians, they were really as much as Nick Fuentes wants to think that everyone's targeting him. Nick Fuentes, because he's just a Hispanic guy in Chicago who's doesn't really like to go out, doesn't really like to get public people going. Like Charlie Kirk would go to all these park campuses, get thousands of kids out, talking. And I think that they realized that if he could have created a movement, and even then. Seems like I think that they really were like, we're going to groom this kid to be on ours to be a Zionist, and then when he became not a Zionist, they're like, well, we got to get rid of this guy because he has way too much influence. So that's what I think about Charlie Kirk. I think that he was psyoped and he was honeypotted, and he I don't think he was a Zionist because he was honeypotted by his wife, who was a CIA, Mossad, weird woman who, but I think that because of, he probably met her and was like, hey, I believe in a traditional woman. I want you to be with our kids. I don't want you to be working. That's right. She took that serious, and she was like, oh, because she was required to do so. And look at it. Look at the second that he dies, what she changes her whole persona. Her persona becomes a boss lady. It doesn't become.
That's right.
So it's almost like she's playing. She's playing an act.
She's giving the OnlyFans ideology.
Yeah,
that's right.
Letter. That's right. Letter jeans and shit. Fucking a little woman hugging a man that really wants the man. Full body locked down as if it's fucking stand up Brazilian Jiu Jitsu with JD Vance.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's being embraced as if she saved the nation, or she's a freaking second coming of Michael Jackson or something.
about this. We treated the women who were married to SS soldiers, to SS officers, worse. We shaved their heads. We stripped them naked in the street of Berlin. We allowed soldiers from the Russian and the Allied forces to rape them. We killed the millions of them through starvation post-World War II. We've treated people who were just married that these people ate babies. They kidnapped your babies, had sex with your babies, and then ate them.
You know about this Mexican model?
I think he's in on as well on the which is fine that he's here to record. But you notice that he will come on stage and he'll just disrupt. He won't engage with the topic. He's here to disrupt.
I know, we know that.
It is a very interesting.
It's more fun when you entertain it. When he thinks, "I got you." When
Yeah,
we're
well,
actually playing with the player, that's more fun.
I believe that, like, if I ever was convinced that there was paid agents to be on the SAP, John Kitover is a paid agent to be on the SAP. If there were any.
No, he's missing.
will have Down syndrome at around, like, I think it's like 14 weeks or 12 weeks maybe. I forget what week where they do a Down syndrome test and they find out whether or not your baby will have an extra chromosome and or I think it's
CEO has more talent.
Well, we're seeing an uptick on children being born with Down syndrome in the United States. I just wonder why that is. Like, listen, I live right by the Amish. I live right by the Amish. I've never met an Amish Down syndrome child, and they don't kill babies. They,
It's because they don't eat goy slop. Goy slop. I like
the low supply has nurses. Those in the low
No, we just the similar thing happened to
very smart.
restaurants are close. I'm like, well, that's just not enough.
Look into this.
So, well, guess what? Some restaurants are doing now. They have a screen where you walk up and you place your order. A person in the Philippines is pushing a couple it's going to a back on the system in the other side of the restaurant. It just now eliminated that convenience of the person taking the order. Why is messing with the laws?
Jesus was trans, he had only female chromosomes, but yet he presented as a man. And accepted that.
And he regularly transubstantiates. He transubstantiates into Vernon Hall.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, Mark. Perfect.
Thank you. All these conflicts, social, political phenomena into like this one market force idea, like you got it all covered and just call it globalization. It feels like a little too clean to me. Like, you know, you got nothing to see here, just keep it moving. That's just how it works. It's all just naturalization. You're treating the outcome. All the time. This pay disparity we're talking about, by the way, it's not 35 times, it's sometimes it's 100 times. Yeah, it's not because CEOs became like freaking more useful. It jacked up through the roof because they're better positioned to capture more of the surplus, and that's what's always happening here because they have the economic leverage to do it. I'm sure you've read the Economic Policy Institute reports. They came back just a couple of years ago. Most people that talk at economics at this level, by the way, I was an economics undergrad before I went on to get a doctorate in mathematics. I went to graduate school, did education, that kind of shit, right? So I'm pretty decently versed in this kind of stuff too. CEOs were paid, it was almost 300 times. I forget the nickel and dime answers in the high 200s, but pretty damn much 300 times as much as typical workers. That's not what it is. There's nothing.
No, I'm just saying there are some simple market forces at play that, you know.
Did workers become global though? Did those?
In a way, yes, they have to compete globally. Yeah, they have, unfortunately. I lost my job at one point to global outsourcing. Yeah, it did.
I was going to say a lot of this can be blamed on McKinsey. They're the consulting firm. McKinsey deliberately worked, I forget how many years ago, 20, 25 years ago, in their consulting interactions or dealings, targeted CEO pay. equal, the key pivotal piece is the CEO. You should pay him or her, a price that keeps them with your company and, leverages. What I said, is it consistent with your?
Yeah, it was a focus. It wasn't the entire focus of what they were doing. With when they were speaking to boards, and there were a lot of other initiatives. I wouldn't say that was. I think it would take a detailed analysis to say, was this one initiative the reason why there was a huge growth, as Pro was saying, and CEOs. A, I don't think we have the data. B, the complexity of it is just far too great to ascribe. Overbang, you will see downward pressure on that. Boards answer to shareholders, and if it's I don't think enough to say, well, it's because of X.
Pro, can I just say, I put in the what I'm trying to say is that the law actually gives us this equilibrium, and it's fucked up that money is what controls the politics and thus the business and the boardroom, everything. It's like money has this intelligence or weight, and the complaint could be that billionaire is unethical, immoral, unsavorable, obnoxious. Maybe they don't have anything against me personally. They probably think I'm reprehensible because of my opinions. But when I hear people essentially like how to happier or mathematics and all these different situations where they used math to probably determine the greatest outcome. And so that's my complaint about these maximalization profit ethicists who claim that that's the problem. Well, in a free society, when people try I consider it like a temple. People go there to basically have some type of faith experience. They don't understand the law of large math or basically basic statistics. And they're just, I cannot understand people's experience in a casino. I know they want the dopamine, but this, I don't know if you know Abby the lawyer on here. I tell her, I'm like, you must hate Clubhouse. The casino really is for suckers. I personally think the stock market in many ways is basically a casino for suckers, because I have done lots of experiments in the market, and if you get into day trading, it rapidly becomes like a dopamine experience, and you think you can outsmart the dopamine experience by day trading, but the problem is financial news and news gossip, financial gossip, and press. It's like it's its own thing. It's its own marketplace. But when it comes to the title of this room, working on how not to suck, join me in this pursuit. To me, no one's ever really sucked. There's just been like disagreeable people that you find annoying. But then basically, if you actually, I think anytime you give disrespect, it just comes back to you, So if you have a good disposition, character, personality, you can, overcome any objections in a way, because it basically comes down to understand. I've told this to Pro that I think I'm playing like the role of the fool in a king's court, and the fool goes around and trolls all the noblemen, all the noble ladies, all the inferior people in this type of caste kingdom system. And to me, people accuse me of being performative, but this is actually me. Everything I think and say is who I am, and that's what worries me about other people, is that what they're saying is time. And I do apply what I'm doing by actually running in politics and putting my face out there publicly. Sample. And I think that's one of the problems with this app is the samples are of such low quality and such small content.
was comprehensive, John. What's up, Sia?
So what's up?
And I'm trying to pick up my son. Actually, I gotta go to see my son's music recital, and then I gotta take him to basketball, man. So it's like being a parent, bro. Never stops.
Could like take away from that person's experience, but maybe not. I mean, how do you feel about children essentially documenting their lives at a young age with the belief that they're going to do it their whole life or something? Google, YouTube, and our client was SC Johnson, who makes Ziploc. I was an account manager, and they were very concerned about their ad placement on controversial, potentially right wing or controversial content that appears on YouTube. So they wanted like a full audit of where all their ads were being displayed. And I'm going through all these YouTube accounts that I have never seen or heard of, but they're huge accounts, like 10 million, 60 million, followers, and they're making huge amounts of money filming their life as a family in like a mansion and going out and doing things. And they create all these videos, and it's like some of it is risque even, like where the mom is like walking in the living room on her knees and her big fat ass is up in the air. And the next thing you know, you see a Ziploc advertisement.
It exploded back maybe like 10 years ago. Like Ryan's Toy World is a good example of one. I'm gonna lose you in a second, and I'll be able to hear you guys in a while, but it'll be spotty. But yeah, if you look up Brian's World, he launched his own toy line, I think when he was like 9 years old in Walmart, and his mom and dad are in all the videos, and his sisters are now doing it. They're younger than him. Disney World. I know Red Bar now.
Yeah, we got Scott in the audience. Scott had a room today called Let's Talk About MAGA. I recorded the whole thing in multiple recording studios. And I want to mention something about that room. Scott, welcome. But, YouTube, I record mostly on YouTube. Because that's where all the advertisers are, and other people say, oh, you should do Twitch and Kick, and I do TikTok, and like but not so much anymore. I mean, Scott, how do you view bad ideas from people on this app? Like what are the
Yeah, so I think on some level we have to have a sense of what the collective project is. I don't know that we've got that. I don't know that we've, I like Pro a lot. I like you, but I don't know that we've got a collective we anymore. And so, I go into the critical thinking forum, which I'm going to deal with in about 2 minutes. Because largely, I think that to me is a collective we for me. But yeah, I don't know. Some people think that's the problem. Some people don't. I mean, I think it's.
How do you money, Scott, when you're at 40 trillion in debt? What AI says is that you lose core services when more of your tax revenue goes towards
interest
Right.
payments.
Yeah. I mean, we're at that point, right? But I think, but no one runs on that, right? I mean, so there's largely cut spending, but they don't really cut spending. The Democratic answer is, we'll expand government services, and that's going to increase tax revenue, and so we'll get it, which it does. I mean, there's some truth to that. It does, but we're done. I mean, this is $30 trillion. I mean, this is not. Nobody's been in this debt in world history. Done. That's what we will ask the critical.
Yeah, but Scott, it's not a question of no one. It's really a question of it's a miracle that America is still alive and not impacted from 25 years of intense warfare overseas. We have a kingdom here which has not crumbled in the slightest. We have a cultural, social problem of book for 3 minutes. That's more than 99.9999999% of the whole.
One thing I noticed about Clubhouse is you have
Mostly
well,
Nietzsche.
I'm
Should
sure
be a lot of Nietzsche, but
that's difficult with the way.
yeah. Why?
No, I'm considered a potential problem to some people. But my point is that as soon as you mod somebody, the algorithm rewards you and moves you higher up in the news feed. So if you are actually interested in audience and networking, you just mod everybody, and then if somebody is a problem, then you just kick them to the goo, you know. And if it's a house, they can't boom it. If it's a public room, they can boom it. So you know, people use me for content, and I of great equanimity and balance and harmony and joy and strength. And a somnambulance, just sleepwalking. Or have any fun or joy or experience magnificence and great thrills. I mean, I think we're living with a very depressed population personally. If you go to see psychiatrists, many of them don't even smile. They're just very upset themselves. So, you know, what's the secret sauce for happiness? What's
of the Iran war. Yet spiking prices still force them to spend more at the pump, worsening the economy's economic disparity. Higher income households, meanwhile, did increase their spending on gas, but barely reduced their consumption because they could afford it. And this is according to a report from the Federal Reserve of New York. And middle-income households fell in between these two disparities. According to the Federal Reserve of New York, gaps between how each group reacted were larger than in 2022 when a similar gas price shock occurred after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Higher-income households cut back more on their gas consumption 4 years ago than in March, while poor households likely benefited more from government stimulus programs in 2022, which we don't have this time. And by the way, according to the Federal Reserve report, wealthier households have seen significant increases in the value of their stock and real estate holdings since the start of the war. So while you and I are suffering, and those who are lower in the economic strata more so than those who are middle income, the wealthy people continue to get wealthier. This doesn't affect them. They're Teflon when it comes to the war. And so the gap widens. This is extremely important. Why? Because we see what happens in nations when you don't have a strong middle class and there's a wide disparity between the very rich and the very poor and very little in between. And we, of course, if we are any bit empathetic to the plight of people who are struggling economically, we still want to see them struggle more today than they did yesterday, but even worse tomorrow. So I want to get back to the economy and the U.S. debt in a moment. Even though the problems with the U.S. debt are not only like related to what's going on with the gas prices, but it just adds to the stress on the economy. And I don't want to ignore that. So I'm going to expand the conversation to that in a minute. But before I do, I want to talk about airline prices. So this is from the Guardian. 2 million airline seats have been scheduled as airlines redraw their operations because of soaring jet fuel prices due to the Middle East conflict. About 13,000 fewer flights were operated in May around the world after recent cancellations. That's according to data from the aviation analytics company Cirium. C-I-R-I-U-M, Cirium, in case you're interested in looking it up. Now, to put it in context, it is true that figure, while it sounds pretty large, and I think it is pretty large, represents less than 2% of global aviation capacity. But it comes as there are fears in the industry that the long-term supply of jet fuel, according to the government, could cause further cancellations. And there are consolidations of routes going on right now in anticipation of this. And we're just getting into, hopefully, the summer travel season. So I mentioned the debt. There's a story in the New York Times today that I could not ignore as we talk about fuel prices. And again, in fairness, obviously this is a long-term problem, but it speaks to how our policymakers have blinded us. So here's the story in today's New York Times. The top of the story reads,
balance, according to early estimates, one that the country has experienced only in rare circumstances. Recently during the pandemic and in the aftermath of World War II. But, the New York Times reports, the development barely seemed to register in the nation's capital, where few policymakers bothered to acknowledge the latest warning signs about the government's poor fiscal health. The root of the problem is well documented and widely known. U.S. debt has soared in recent years because of a mismatch between general spending and tax revenue, one complicated by a rapidly aging population, which has driven up cost across the government. By the way, this was something that the president promised to address, both in his first term and in the current term. And we are easily fooled by the politicians who point fingers one at each other's parties over this issue. Given the fact that both parties spend like drunken sailors, there is zero concerted effort that I could see on the Hill or in the executive branch to address this government spending issue, which my entire lifetime, at least since I have been old enough to be aware, has been a problem which never really gets addressed. Even with Doge, it didn't get addressed. In fact, I think with the Doge cuts, in the aggregate, the cost of shutting down and then the cost of shutting down and restarting different programs that they surely knew would be forced by the courts to reopen. In the aggregate, from what I remember, some of the reporting, and I don't have this right in front of me, was more costly than if they'd done nothing at all. So, I don't know. I'm not an economist. I don't know whether this results in, all of this results in inflation, or a repression, or a depression, or whether we just tighten up our belts and adjust our life and say this is our new reality, at least for the moment. I don't know. I'll tell you that I run a diversion van, which I love, and I'm not going to give up driving my van because I camp out in my van, and it is my daily drive because I'm living alone. I don't need two vehicles, and I don't get but 17 miles to the gallon. And I don't do that much driving other than, to and from the train station, which isn't a long drive, except, of course, when I take the van out for my expeditions. But I feel, okay, I spend for this, that's fine. It's my vacation, and I want to spend the money that I saved up to go and explore. And so I don't worry too much about it then. But now on a daily basis, sometimes it may be more convenient for me to drive most of the way to work rather than get the train. And it's like, well, why would I do that? Right now, between the tolls and the parking and the increased gas prices, I've adjusted a little bit, and I guess you've adjusted a little bit too. So I want to hear what you all have to say about that. Folks in the audience, raise your hand. I know some people put their hands up and then put them down because I call you up one at a time now. So don't get frustrated.
Those are the largest growing portions of U.S. money aside from service to the debt. And so we will be forced to make austerity cuts within my lifetime. What I'm going to get out of all of this is not only this in the fake fashion, in the contemplative fashion, but spiritual fashion. Your generation and the next generation, 10,000 versus 10 ways from Sunday, by not being able to control how much we spend. That is as an older, as 35 millennial, it's a little hard.
Well, no question. Your assessment is accurate because these politicians, they want to kick the can down the road and get through their tenure without having to address these problems. It'll be the next Congress and the next Congress or the next administration and the next administration's problem. Sooner or later, you know, the chickens come home to roost, as the saying goes. Did I get that right? I'm not so sure. But at any rate, you're absolutely right. And I don't understand. The problem is, everybody has their vested interest. Yeah, when it comes to sure. Yeah, everybody has their vested interest when it comes to programs they don't want to come. What's that? I'm helping prepare for the rest of the Congresswoman. So I gotta get something. Alright. Yeah, you're breaking up. You're in and out, in and out, in and out. So, but anyway, the point is, Marshall is exactly right. Nobody wants their program cut. By the way, to that point, the board that the president appointed to oversee FEMA today recommended cutting the FEMA budget in half. In half. Now, maybe that's necessary based on our discussion today. But when they talk about cutting FEMA, a lot of people look at, well, we've been having serious weather events lately. We're going through a cycle. Whatever the reason, I'm not going to get into the argument of the cause, whether it's a natural cycle or whether it's a man-made type of a situation. I don't know. That's not today's discussion. But we know that the need for emergency management assistance from the U.S. government is greater now than ever. Just last night or this morning, both overnight, more than 500 homes were significantly damaged in Mississippi by a rash of tornadoes. I don't know, maybe we can say it's not the federal government's responsibility to address these issues when a whole community gets wiped out by floods and tornadoes and hurricanes. It's your fault for not having insurance and in terms of immediate recovery efforts. Well, church groups can come in and take care of that. We don't need FEMA. Some people might argue that. But I suspect that a lot of people share this news with a degree of disdain. So where do we make the cut in order to address the debt situation? But the more immediate problem, of course, is the cost of fuel and how it drives up costs and how we have to adjust our lives, our consumption. By the way, I saw a story also the other day. Again, I don't have this one in front of me, but I just recalling it now as I speak about restaurants having to lay off staff and restaurants are actually closing. They can't afford to operate in the manner in which they operated before because people aren't going to the restaurants in the manner they did before this war. the story said. And I gotta believe that it's accurate because it just makes sense that it would be. Thank you, Michael. We'll be top followed by Steve. Good time to put your hand up, folks. Stop.
Yeah, I think it's not. I'm with Marshall on this. I think it's so important. So part of it is the fuel prices, right? Part of it is the cost of entitlement. Part of it is inflation. I think the tipping point is there's just too many pressure points, right? I think that it's largely most people are feeling squeezed. And, you know, if you're like me, I live in Philadelphia, I don't drive. I just take public transportation to places. But most people, even if you don't have a car, you just feel the squeeze. You go into a convenience store and you see what a burrito costs or what Doritos cost. And you're being squeezed. I think that's the problem is that the squeeze is feeling the pictures from all directions. And so I think that's the problem again. And I don't know how we get out of it. I mean, I don't know. I think fuel costs are an issue, that is an issue. I mean, I think one of the things that Biden did, which I think wasn't necessarily the worst move in the world, but Biden was looking down the nose at a recession and didn't want to own his watch. And so he pumped $1 trillion into the economy, which, you know, maybe it was the healthier move. I don't know, but what does that do? I mean, you put a lot more money in the economy chasing the same amount of goods. It's the raise of prices. So, I mean, I think people are feeling squeezed. And I don't know how you get out of the feeling of the squeeze, but I mean, I think that's the issue. And I don't know that collectively we have the kind of collective sensibility to get out of the situation. I think mostly the politicians we're kind of electing are largely that's their job. They want to get elected and reelected. So I don't know. I think we're in trouble.
Well, you know, you say taking public transportation. Transportation costs are rising too. I just noted that the gas train, which links New Jersey with New York City, the Port Authority, the gas train, it's going up in price. Everything's going up in price. And obviously, if the gasoline and diesel prices are rising, the cost of goods are going up. I did my grocery shopping this morning on the way home from work, and there were things that I had intended to purchase. And I looked at the cost and I said, you gotta be kidding me. And there were things that I was going to put in my basket that I decided not to, just on the principle of, I'm not going to spend that much money for that item. And here's another thing that I noticed today, and it's not like they're bare shelves or anything like that, but I wanted to buy a certain product. None to be found in the store. So I don't know. And also, here's something I noticed this time and the last time. I buy bottled water. I buy spring water because I like using spring water in my cooking and my preparing my beverages and so forth. I don't like the type of water that happens to come out of the tap here where I live, which is a little too harsh. So I'll buy a gallon of water usually to be for 80 or 90 cents a gallon. It's now $1.50 a gallon. But I'll do that. Even when it comes to that, I noticed last time I go every couple weeks and stock up. So 2 weeks ago and then again this morning, there were like empty shelves. I mean, they went out of spring water, but there was a shortage of spring water. no locks. I had the taste. I wanted this morning after I got off the train. I wanted to come home and I wanted bagels and cream cheese and locks, which I know is very expensive now, but I was just in the mood to treat myself. No locks in the store. Sorry, guys, we don't have them in stock today. So it's starting to affect it. And you know, when it affects my palate negatively, that sounds puts Gary in a bad mood. You ever get that? When you put it in your mind, this is what I crave today, and you go on a search and you can't find it, it puts you in a bad mood.
Look, I think actually a lot of the country, I think, again, I don't drive to live in the city, but I think a lot of Americans, most Americans do. You're putting it out. Most Americans, because we're in a car culture, we're not a sort of, maybe the way public transit and all that stuff, but I mean, that's a more shared distributed effect. But that's not our culture, we're the car culture. And I think most Americans, it's not that, I don't know if it will be a tipping point though, because I don't know. I mean, what is the tipping point then? I mean, is it going to throw us? Largely will stay in a sort of inflationary economic situation where prices continue to go through the roof, where we play our partisan games. That's what we do. I mean, what's my party is going to definitely win the midterms, and what will we do? We'll investigate the administration, we'll have hearings, all this stuff. But nobody's going to problem themselves until the thing collapses, because that's not, we don't have politicians that are going to problem solve.
Torches lit because of all this. But there might be a tipping point where people just, they're not willing to take it anymore. And I don't know how they would express that. But the midterms are coming up. Thank you, Scott. We'll go to Steve, followed by Jay.
Hey, Gary, how's it going?
I'm good. I'm having a nice, you probably heard the beep, beep, beep of the microwave. So I'm making up for my lack of locks with a nice salmon dinner while I host our gathering today.
That sounds good. But to the point, is a structural issue, which the event-driven can offshoring all our manufacturing, and we went to a service-based economy. And your town actually is a perfect example of what ports that's in Detroit right now versus, say, the late 60s, early 70s. And the kind of money that those people that worked in the factories in Detroit making automobiles is going to be extracting from Social Security and from Medicare and Medicaid is going to be disproportionate in a ratio kind of way to the type of payday's coming. And you know, here's what's just totally blows my mind. Within the federal government, you know there has to be a lot of waste and fraud. And when we had this Doge thing, maybe these guys didn't do it correctly. But the idea, and this is, you know, you look at the highlighted issues like what we see in Minneapolis. That's just a symptom of a much broader problem. You can probably go into the Defense Department and the budget they have. What the true structural problem is. You know, how big is it? Well, you're not going to know until you get. The structural issue with the debt is going to take some serious politicians, and it's going to take a willingness to tell the people the truth. If you don't have manufacturing in the United States, and you think that people working at these service jobs is going to produce the type of income to the federal government that it takes to fund this stuff, you're living in a delusional. What do you think about it?
Well, I want to talk. You covered a couple of things. Here's what I think about us knowing about the problem with regard to government spending, because I don't know that the price of oil is going to fall very quickly. And I don't know whether you are, William Proxmire. He was a Democratic senator from Wisconsin. And every month he issued his Golden Fleece Award. He did this from 1975 to 1988. Right? So he did it for a long time. Every month, is he considered wasteful? And for example, here was one that he did. The National Science Foundation. Your tax dollar. That was the first Golden Fleece City.
Yeah.
You know? Why do people fall in love? There's a song that will answer your question for you a lot cheaper. Anyway, the point is, we know about these wasteful spendings, and we laugh about them, or we claim that we're going to do something about it, but nobody does anything.
I think it goes both ways, because I think there's people that benefit from different things, like in the Defense Department. I could only imagine how much, waste is floating around there. And then in entitlements, you hear these stories all the time of people renting these office spaces, no one's there. So I think there's got to be and Gary, I got to tell you, as someone that's dealt with some budgetary issues,
General. Although Trump, which I don't understand it, given that he wanted to cut all this wasteful spending, he got rid of a bunch of inspectors general. But across all the major federal agencies, each of them has a inspector general, and there's the Government Accountability Office, which is the primary watchdog. Each audits federal spending. They identify waste, they root out fraud, abuse, and mismanagement. Great. But as you point out correctly, they have no authority to order changes. They just report them. And apparently, it's distress in Washington. You combine the two, and I don't know. Again, I'm not an economist, but it seems like that's a recipe for absolute economic disaster in this.
well, I can give you one example with us personally involved with.
It involved our city council, it involved our county commission, it involved some state people, and we was talking about in percentage terms of a budget, a significant amount to a budgetary issue. And the math was so simple on this, Gary. It's literally sixth grade level math that you could look at these numbers and
will sell. It's the issue that's going to kill us. But people just don't know how to talk about it, and I don't know how to talk about it. It's the critical issue. But someone needs to tell a story about the debt to GDP ratio, and I don't know how to do it. But that's the critical issue.
Well, the thing is, everybody is, I forget who said it, maybe it was Steve that said it. These guys and gals, they all want to get reelected. Maybe it was you that said it. But anyways, they want to get reelected. So they have to bring home the bacon. And so I have a bill before my fellow members of Congress, and I'm trying to whip up support for the bill, and you come to me and how much fuel I'm putting in my car because I don't move they're sold in the stores.
the tariffs we're not just isolated. We're not just Fortress America with two big ocean moats on either side, hostile neighbors to our north and south now. But, we have from Canada because of the basically grotesque activities of the agents and the hostility towards foreigners and the xenophobia of certain Americans and the tourist dollars are way down. That's an industry that's depressed. For the American people, and it's not just in the north and the coast, but in the south. We're going to get hit with hurricanes. It's going to happen, whether or not you want to believe it's related to global warming or not. It's still going to hit. You can believe it when the tide rises and the water crests over the walls. So service for states, regardless of political affiliation. So that's going to hurt. That's going to drive up costs in one way or another. And then also, if you put people out of work, you're circulating less money in the economy. People are buying less stuff, and that has ramifications. So you have to actually. I'm a lawyer. I'm not an economist. I just read things. But a lot of these things are going to turn around. A legal term. So it's just a lot of things that are happening that are going to depress the economy. They're going to cut into real estate prices and make lower the quality of life for us and for our kids that want to start families. And that's going to be a problem.
So you mentioned the immigration issue and jobs, etc. One only needs to look at Japan. Japan was very, very tight on immigration because they want to maintain a homogenous society where everybody is Japanese. And, unlike the United States, people, and part of it may be genetic, but also they don't eat a lot of processed food in Japan. And so they have a real problem there of longevity. People live much longer in Japan. That's a problem than in the United States, because now you have the need for elder care. And with the birth rate being as low as it is in Japan, they are now going to other countries in Southeast Asia and encouraging people to come to Japan for long-term employment as caregivers. Of course, when people come in from other countries, there's a chance that there will be commingling, and the genetic base of the country changes somewhat as a result of the study that we discussed earlier. Why do people fall in love?
And that's what been sponsored by the CIA or the FSB. That could be valuable information. Why do people love?
So we're going to see that here. We're going to see a complete shift from the current strategy on immigration, I believe, as our country continues to age and the birth rate is such that we don't have a lot of young people, especially young people who are predisposed to doing elder care. And my prediction is, you guys can write it down, especially those of you who are young enough to be able to track this for a number of years, beyond the years that I will be able to track it. You will see a huge influx of Filipinos into the United States who will come here to become caregivers. They will leave their children home with the grandma and the grandpa, and they will make money, and they will send a portion of what they make back to the Philippines as a way of providing for their family and improving their life. And if they are lucky, they too will find someone to fall in love with. As the study, we could go back to that first study, the National Academy of Sciences study, why they fall in love. Thank you, William. We'll now go to followed by Marcus.
Thank you so much. Oh, Marcus, are you in a hurry?
No, Austin followed by Marcus. Marcus left. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So I'm so glad that William spoke, because he was getting to some vital points. I think we're often chasing the wrong ball. We look into the 21st century, we have a lot of technology for alternative fuels. It's interesting, but Trump really seems to be working in the oil industry. Why are oil companies making so much money these days with oil prices so high? All throughout the oil sector. It's kind of odd to me. But I think we're absolutely chasing the wrong ball. I mean, it's simple to look at the science of economic history and look what seems to be intuitive. You think, okay, we're going to reduce spending and that's going to help our economy. That's not the right question to be asking. And it's such like, I think of business finance, I think of corporate finance. Okay, we're going to reduce cost and increase revenue. But we're a nation, and we're the global reserve currency. What we need to be absolutely panicking about is how we're destroying the ill will of America. And even if Trump lives to 100, 120, he's not on this planet. As long as a lot of us, and he's our reputation to follow the winds of short-run pursuits. It's not a matter of are we spending or not, it's what are we spending on. It's been found that Keynes' science of economic expenditure, it's reality. It's not a matter of are you spending or not spending, are you spending on things that grow the GDP? It's absolutely proven that certain sectors of government spending have an outsized effect in economic. When money circulates through the economy, it doesn't just disappear. When there's fiscal policy by the government, it doesn't just disappear, it circulates through the economy. So I think it's good to be cautious, folks that are in the media and folks that are on the blogosphere. It's so simple to make the emotional appeal to worrying about the deficit.
And it is a concern. It's something that we have to be cognizant of. But what we really economy, we know that if we spend more and create more debt, then our currency weakens, then our exporters are benefited. I think the key is to have agility and the ability to navigate between what a given instance of economic ideal might be at a certain time and have the agility to change depending on what's needed. And what we're really losing out on is now we're in the era of we need to worry about the brain drain and the brain game. Harvard, Caltech, Stanford, these used to always attract the best and the brightest. It was an obvious choice for so many people to end up here. And a lot of people don't want to be here. And we're losing the best and the brightest, and that's a real concern. I think we should maximize for longevity. We really have enough for everyone. There's just an artificial sense of scarcity. And I caution folks in the media and blogosphere, it might be easy to win an election on panic, debt, and the deficit, and yada, yada, yada. But it's a science. Please chat with AI on logical mode for about 20 minutes about macroeconomics and economic multipliers. Before, say you want to have a blog post on it, chat with the AI about macroeconomics and multipliers before going there, because we're in a sense of artificial scarcity. We have enough for everyone.
So your first comments about the where we spend our money and how it affects the GDP. According to the Pentagon, the war in Iran has cost American taxpayers at least $25 billion to as much as $35 billion. That's Pentagon estimates. The Pentagon reported a $3 billion cost for the first 6 days of the conflict. And the current burn rate is roughly $1 billion to $2 billion. So that's, I don't know, somebody can work out the math in their head. To me, that pushes the total costs much higher as the operation continues into its third month. So what's the cost of that to the GDP? I don't, but I do know from my earlier readings about this that war typically acts as a major economic drain, although the president touts the fact that it is pumping up the U.S. military-industrial complex. So that might countermand a little bit of what I've read. But what I've read is that war in general reduces real GDP, especially in the conflict-affected nations. And long-term losses can last a long time, maybe a decade, maybe more.
Absolutely. We need to spend wisely. And if you look at the defense sector, and these days I'm all for a very strong defense sector. It's focused on defensive weapons and keeping us safe. But a lot of it is not circulating through the economy. We just have a huge bull run on the defense sector.
Right. So I'm looking at the Kellogg Insight report, which says that global conflict in general, not this one specifically, costs an estimated $17 trillion annually. And that's 13% of the world GDP. So, from an economic standpoint, aside from the terrible loss of life, obviously, and infrastructure that a war creates, like the song goes, you know me, I always go back to the lyrics of the songs. War, good God, y'all, what is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. But the asterisk in that song was, of course, The Undertaker. The Undertaker always did well.
And if we were spending that curing every cancer, think about how that would just intuitively think about how through the medical companies, through the longevity, and let's focus on robotics, the building utopia, senior care robotics, longevity in the health sectors, because those grow the economy massively. Look at Denmark's economy. Thank you, everyone.
Well, it's getting a little bit weird with the robotics. In South Korea, ordained the first robotic of this form, because people have to speak. And I know sometimes people are quoting AI. I get that. But generally speaking, people are speaking their truth in the room. They're not speaking ChatGPT's truth to the room. Monsef, followed by Gary.
Thank you, Gary. Hey, what made me come up is the speaker on stage on some basic laws of economics and how they make a country work and all that. I wanted to acknowledge William and Austin's comments. They were spot on. I don't mean to pick on our friend in West Virginia, but when your idea concept, you make what you're good at, because otherwise you'll be wasting your time in doing stuff that is below your skill level, and by the time you get to produce it, even if it's produced locally, you're not going to be able to sell it because it's going to cost you too much. And that's the basics of international trade. We let other countries produce what they can produce at the best cost that they can do it, and we produce a lot in the United States. We have the imperative advantage of producing some of the best technologies in the world. We specialize in that, and that's our thing. It doesn't make sense to stop producing F-35s and go T-shirt. It doesn't say made in Japan. It says it's made in Bangladesh or made in places where
Vietnam, Bangladesh and Vietnam.
Yeah, Bangladesh, Vietnam. But there is an idea that it makes sense for Levi's or whatever to go to places like that. It's a great situation. You got a cost of living that is lower, that is cheaper. It makes sense to send your work there. The reality is but if you do that same job in the U.S., you'll have to pay him at least minimum wage. And the guy from West Virginia, I bet he's not willing to go to Walmart. It won't be a Walmart because Walmart is all China. And go and spend $15 for a broom. And that's why these empty, promises by our politicians, that, we're going to build factories. Well, factories of what? We do have factories. We got to build product that we can be good at.
Posted something about that in the chat, which is linked above, and basically says is that the CIA report to, and I don't know where the Washington Post got this, their sources at the CIA or probably their sources, but the report said that if it becomes a stalemate over the Strait of Hormuz and the oil, but then after the president came in, I know it's not the exact same program. It was good. And so here we go with the, he's really got it in for
full of cash leaving the banks of Maryland, Virginia, which is not true, by the way, because we paid them in
balance of cash.
right, but it was not the cash held at U.S. banks like the president said.
It probably was AI generated all.
Was the payment was made in U.S.
My flowers are
we're gonna now end up
breaking through.
giving them the stuff that the president made fun of Obama for doing, for giving them their money back. I don't know where the money that we're gonna give them now, what's those frozen assets for? But it's the same thing. But it's the ultimate thing that we lost this. More than this. We went 180 degrees from we went there. We won the first day. The regime change. It did happen. The Iranians, and if there is any help on the way. Deals that you that the Iranian regime has to stop.
They pure collateral damage. Because the reality is, when this war ends, if there's no regime change, and the chances of there being a regime change are very dim, I think is what you're saying, and I would agree.
That's right.
It's going to be retribution time for all those people who we encouraged. We encourage them to do so. So just remember that if, in fact, and I hope I'm wrong, that mass executions occur and mass incarcerations occur because people simply went to the streets to protest.
They go up like a rocket. When they fall like a feather. Summer driving season is coming. Don't expect gas to be, even if the war ends, even whatever. It's going to be a slow, going down. And I'm just amazed at MAGA how much they, in order to see, it's not even a pain for the stuff that the president say. Are you willing to tolerate a nuclear Iran? Well, we are going to end up with a nuclear Iran based on this deal, whether it's in 10 years or 15 years from now. It's just a matter of kicking the can down the road. It's not eliminating that threat. I'm going to let others speak, Gary. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mark. Go to Daryl, followed by David.
Hey, Gary, can you hear me?
No.
Just got to ask. So I'm going to ask for some latitude here. I want to talk about, and I'm going to tie this to fuel. So before the UAE they had issued, their finance minister had issued a dire warning saying that, hey, if we don't start getting some of this oil out here, we may actually have to start selling oil in Chinese, in yuan, RMB. And so what we're doing right now is we're setting up like currency swap lines for the UAE. And this is really only done in times of emergency, like in 2008 with the crisis, 2020 with COVID. Because what happens is if they start selling oil in Chinese RMB, they don't need to hold all those treasury notes, old American dollars. So this is a precedent. Scott Besson actually went in, he spoke before, currency swap lines to aid with liquidity. The problem is, though, that China has started prepaying Iran for oil. And so there was this thing that we're going to starve Iran and we're going to basically, break them economically. That another OPEC company, I don't know if you saw yesterday, Saudi Arabia is kicking everybody out. If another OPEC country, decides, hey, with this threat, now it could just be economically, what's going to happen is the American dollar is going to become less valuable because countries don't need to hold it. And what would happen with our debt? You'll see countries, hey, we don't need to hold these treasuries anymore because we're not, collecting. We're selling money outside. And I think we're talking about gas. We're talking about gas prices. But this ties into so many other things, right? It ties into interest rates, right? Not just interest rates on mortgages, but just interest rates if you need to go and finance a car, if your credit card, all these other things. Setting up a swap line, currency swap line for the UAE is something we really need to take seriously. The idea that China is pre-buying oil or paying for oil that they haven't even acquired yet from Iran just to hold up Iran, it kind of feels like there's an economic alliance that's building again. And it's not just about the price of gas. It's about how all of these things will impact us. You're going to see prices going up in the supermarkets, prices at restaurants. Prices are just going to start to go up. And someone said something earlier. What was it Monsef said? Monsef said something really, really brilliant, but I lost it. That's all I wanted to say. We need to start thinking about not just the price of, the cost at pump, but what is happening globally, economically. And the UAE leaving OPEC is not a good sign for the future of the American dollar. That's all I want to say.
Thank you for that, Daryl. Ching, we've been trying to invite you up, and Francine also, but it's not working. I know you were up once. Maybe if you leave the room, come back and try it again, we'll be able to bring you up. It's a technical issue. Monsef mentioned about he could just kind of learn about attacks. I've got that information for you. U.S. forces, this is according to the U.S. Central Command, targeted Iranian military facilities. They say were responsible for launching a series of unprovoked missile, drone, and small boat attacks against American warships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Interesting, given the fact that they denied that our ships were under attack. Just want to point that out.
I remember now, Gary. I remember what you had said earlier about the CIA and that memo that dropped earlier. Chuck Schumer said something a couple of months back. He said, "Don't mess with the intelligence agencies because they can screw you 6 ways to Sunday." And no matter how powerful you think you are,
we don't know whether that leak came from the White House or the intelligence agencies. Both are possible. Let me go back to what CENTCOM said. I'm going to quote from their press release. U.S. forces intercepted unprovoked Iranian attacks and responded with self-defense strikes as U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyers transited the Strait of Hormuz to the Gulf of Oman on May the 7th. That's today. Don't know if we're back at it. Does that mean that the ceasefire has ended? Does that mean that the clock's
Hey, Gary. Fantastic discussion, by the way. Yeah, I think that we're headed for a cliff of sorts with this oil. I think that our Arab allies know that the Iranians can control the game here. Recall they're going back and forth with regard to letting us use their airspace. I'm referring to Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. They're obviously very concerned about the protections that we need to provide for them. The UAE, as was mentioned, is going alone on the OPEC game now. But Iran has a history of handling these issues. They have a history of, I've heard it argued here that they can just start burning their oil fields and start shutting them down and waiting us out. There's all kinds of ways. It's great, but if they can wait it out, airline companies are at the mercy of wherever it is they're flying to make sure they can refuel. So who's going to want to get on a plane and go to it's already trending higher. This is going to cause costs, pain points with regard to housing, automobiles that were mentioned. The White House now, and not Kamala Harris, who potentially would not have done any of this. So here we are. We're playing the game now. Israel obviously is very sensitive to this these talking points. This one-page memo that's come out basically
sunsetting, and I think it's time that our intelligence apparatuses, in tandem with our elected officials outside of the presidency, get together and solve this mess before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And Shane, you get the last.
Are you calling me?
If your name is Ching, I certainly am.
Hi Gary. Hi Ellen. Hi Marsh. Hi Scott. Let's see. Yes, I'm just referring to early. Is it Alan? I forgot who was it. Oh, Steve. We're talking about China. Is actually not as good as in what do you call it? Actually, no, never mind. The American dollar right now today is 6.8, and 4 weeks ago is 7.20. Oil. When I was in China just 6 months ago, and we talk about this, economy, and then lately talk to more people. Of supply of oil, so to them, it's not a critical countries that is in shortage of oil, and as gasoline price goes up, this is a much more close to everyday life issue. Except some people don't use cars, and then they don't feel the pain. Hearing somebody else's pain is different. Version, and my oil tank is not that huge, but it increased. Like it used to be like $40. I can take care of the whole tank. Now, credit card. My credit card, but it's a pain in the butt, when you cancel a credit card, you know, right? Sometimes, you know, your utility is going to the credit card and deduct automatically. Now you have to like call all the companies, you know, to it's kind of a tedious and senseless work. Yeah. So is your title is, are we at the fuel cost tipping point?